Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and get started with the proclamation. So Charlie and whoever else is participating in the Purple Heart proclamation, please come up front. Lauren, you got it?
Yes, sir. Proclamation, Purple Heart Day. Whereas the Purple Heart, originally known as the Badge of Military Merit, is the oldest military decoration in the United States still given. And whereas the Purple Heart was established by General George Washington on August 7th, 1782, during the Revolutionary War as an award for members of the Continental Army. And whereas it was first award made available to the common soldier to recognize outstanding valor or merit. And whereas, following nearly 150 years of disuse, the Purple Heart was reestablished by the President of the United States in 1932. And whereas the Purple Heart is a combat decoration awarded to a member of the United States Armed Forces who has been wounded or paid the ultimate sacrifice in combat with a declared enemy of the United States of America. And whereas there are approximately 1.8 million Purple Heart recipients in our nation's history. And whereas the City of Palm Coast appreciates the sacrifices our Purple Heart recipients made in defending our freedoms and believes it is important that we acknowledge them for their courage and show them the honor and the support they have earned. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that August 7th, 2025 be officially designated as Purple Heart Day, and encourage all citizens to show their appreciation for the sacrifices our Purple Heart recipients have made in defending our freedoms. Signed this 5th day of August 2025, attests Kaylee Cook, City Clerk, and City of Palm Coast, Florida Mayor Michael Norris.
Stand up at the podium and say a few words. I know you will.
I like facing my critics. Thank you. It is an extreme honor to accept this on behalf of all my brothers who have spilled their blood in service of our country. And I just have to say, it's incumbent upon everybody who follows and everybody who understands, and even those who don't fully understand, to take it as an important sacrifice, and that we need to thank the members by becoming involved in our community, becoming involved in our legal system. And if you are a veteran, and quite frankly, I went to a veterans meeting last night, and quite frankly, the big thing, we don't have many young people that are veterans joining our veterans organization. When I looked around the room at the executive board meeting, I said, I think I'm the youngest one here. I'm 77. So, at any rate, I want to thank the city, and this is a wonderful, wonderful recognition. And on behalf of those who have spilled their blood, I thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you, Charlie. Anything from the dais? We have a few combat veterans up here. Anyone have anything to say? Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about, the sacrifice people make, the willingness to, put their life on the line, and this award specifically is people that, came close to that reality, and some fared better than others, so some people carry that with them for the rest of their lives. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you for coming today to accept the award, and, thank you to all the veterans out there that are willing to put their life on the line.
Thank you, sir.
Just, of course, it's important to remember all our veterans, and especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice or near with being wounded and getting the medal. It's not a medal you want to go out and try to get. It happens to you. And I was lucky. I was 28 years active duty in the Navy, and I got through unscathed. But a couple of my relatives have received that medal, and I just want to say, it's important that we remember them.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Gambaro, you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Charlie, thanks for being here today. You lead a tremendous organization, and we certainly, for those of us that have fought in combat and lost our brothers and sisters, it's tough, real tough. And then to see those that have been wounded, where you can see their physical wounds, but it's also important to remember those that you can't see their physical wounds. The wars of the last 20 years that we've been involved in have really shooken. The warfare has advanced to a place where we've unfortunately become very good at inflicting lethality, and it comes at a tremendous cost, but not just to the wounded warrior themselves, but to their families. It's a lifelong commitment of service where the family has to continue and carry on. So I'm extremely proud that we've been able to present this today, and just thank you for your service and for the mission for those of us that have served in uniform that have been awarded the Purple Heart. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Marcus, you got anything?
No, sir. As someone who still serves, I appreciate all you've done and all the stuff that you've done for us that are serving right now. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Charlie, I think I met Charlie here in this building, and I think maybe that year was the year that Charlie was the Veteran of the Year. You received the Veterans of the Year for the county, right, Charlie? I went to that ceremony. I think that was the first time yes, sir. I met Kathy Hyder there too, I think. But it's a truly special occasion. It is a lot of sacrifice. And coming from a family that served from everywhere from the Civil War all the way through Iraq, people make sacrifices, and being wounded is, quite tragic and not something that someone wants to deal with. I did bust my shoulder falling in Iraq, and I was evac, but I was not wounded. It was a non-combat related off a wall. But I appreciate it, Charlie, and you're a great American, and I appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you, sir.
Forgive us, we have to hot foot it out of here because I have an event at the VFW. Just a message. Get involved with VFW, DAV, American Legion. They do such a great service to all of our veterans here in the county. Again, thank you for doing what you do, guys.
Thank you, Charlie.
If I may, Mayor, just quickly, I just wanted to thank you, Charlie, and thank you for all of those who have served, continue to serve. May God bless you and your families and keep you all safe. And I know I keep you in my prayers, and I just thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Okay, we will gavel. I'm
Mayor,
sorry.
I have one more.
Yes.
It's not on your agenda. Do you mind if I get
No,
one
I'm sorry,
more?
I forgot. We're going to recognize Chief Strobridge. Chief, where are you at?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and our residents. Tonight, I'd like to take a minute and recognize Chief Mark Strobridge for stepping up when our city needed it most. During a critical time in our organization, Chief Strobridge joined us as interim assistant city manager. In just 2 months, we accomplished a lot together, filling two major director positions, updating key policies, conducting a staffing analysis, and taking cost-saving approaches to projects. Chief Strobridge brought calm, focus, and steady support during the time when I really needed it. He'll be humbled to say that he just helped me do the things that I already knew needed to be done, but the truth is his partnership made all the difference. We're also grateful to Sheriff Rick Staley and the Flagler County Sheriff's Office for allowing him to support the city during this time. Before Chief Strobridge goes back to his permanent home at the Sheriff's Office, it's my honor to present him with the Excellence in Action Award. Thank you, Mark, for your leadership and service to the city of Palm.
But truthfully, none of this could happen if it hadn't been for my mentor of 4 decades or so, Sheriff Rick Staley. So I'm going to ask him to come up so we can get a picture, Sheriff.
You're just trying to butter me up, he knows how much work I have for him.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your contribution, Chief. Have fun. I'm sure the sheriff's going to keep you busy. We have about 19 minutes, 18 minutes before we gavel in the city council meeting. So if you want to rest in place, go have a soda, use the bathroom, whatever, and we'll start back at 6 p.m. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council Business Meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 5th, 2025 at 6 p.m. We're in the John Netz Community Wing of City Hall. I'm calling this meeting to order. If you could, please silence all devices and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Cook, if you could please call the roll.
Mayor Norris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Present.
Councilmember Gambaro.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. We've already covered the proclamations. We'll begin tonight's session with public participation. Please remember to stay on topic. The first opening comments are concerning items that are not on the agenda. So if you have items on the agenda that you wish to speak about, you can speak during that time period. We'll allot 30 minutes for the first iteration of public comment. Please note that defamatory comments and stay within your 3 minutes allotted. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Chantel.
Hi, I'm Chantal Proninger, and I'm going to bring something to you that you might not like to hear, but I hope it will grab your attention. Okay, I read somewhere that DC Blocks is bringing an undersea cable landing station. Okay, that's one thing, but I continued reading and it says, and data center campus. So reading more is 20 acres, a facility of less than 100,000 square feet at the beginning. And according to the city, from what I heard, it's a low impact project that would keep the water usage mostly to minimum, like restrooms and basic staff needs, and that would operate quietly, except some occasional generator testing. Okay, so that's what I read, the city believes. Now, I saw something else on the internet. I saw some complaints of people who live in areas where data centers were established, and there was clearly a problem of water. So here's the article that grabbed my attention. The secret cost of Google's data centers, billions of gallons of water to cool servers. Arizona Google was guaranteed 1 million gallons per day to cool the data center and up to 5 million per day if it hits project milestones. So something else I found is Google considers its water use a proprietary trade secret and bars even public officials from disclosing the company's consumption. That kind of bothers me. But information has leaked out sometimes through legal battles with local utilities and consumption groups. So in 2019 alone, Google requested or granted more than 2.3 billion gallon water for data centers in 3 different states, according to public records posted online and legal filings. So whereas you are elected or appointed council members and mayor are acting as a gatekeeper. You came into office with a vision for the city. Now it's the time to wonder if you don't deal with Google, or more precisely DC Blocks, needs some adjustment based on truth rather than hopes concerning the amount of water required to cool servers. Maybe, just maybe, including in a revised contract strict water restrictions that would only grant them recycled or seawater would work for the city. Make no mistake, your decisions today, and this is nothing personal against you, it's had nothing to do with your character, it is a fact. Your decisions today will affect all of us.
Mr. Mayor.
And
Okay,
generations to come.
Ms. Chantel, thank you. If you could, everyone, you're done, Ms. Chantel, thank you. If you could, stay away from touching the mic arm. All this equipment's been updated, so it's a little bit more sensitive, so you don't have to be very loud to be heard. Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Dennis Sokola. I live in the F section of Palm Coast for 14 years. And I'm going to be talking about your ordinance on short-term rentals. It is not working, okay? I lived here 14 years. I never had to call the cops once. Since March, 14 times on a VRBO behind me. And you would have never known it was a VRBO unless I finally went to Barbara and complained. And they had no license until the end of June. And I'm getting woke up still. And you have no way of knowing what's a VRBO and what's not, because I know that there's more than 275 homes in Palm Coast. In my neighborhood alone, is 6 brand new ones, and I'm sure they're not registered. Okay, it's getting to be like the Wild West. All it does is to decrease property values. All right, when you go fishing and you catch the wrong fish and you get caught, you lose your license. If you're driving your speed, you can lose your license. There's no penalty for these people. 14 times since March, I've gotten woke up. And then also, during the day, I have my grandchildren in the pool. The people decide to play some rap music with obscenities and profanities in it. I have to bring my grandchildren out of the pool and in the house so they don't hear that crap. This is out of hand. It's going to come to a head, and they have to be penalized. And if you people don't penalize them, the lawyer will penalize them. And probably the town will get dragged in it too. It's just ridiculous. It's outrageous. You've ruined my life. I'm 70 years old. If I have to move and it costs me 10 grand, I'll spend 15 grand on suing somebody first. It's ridiculous. My nerves are shot. My wife's nerves are shot. It's affecting my health. You have to stop this crap. It's insane. I'm telling you, you got more than 275 because I got 5 new ones on my block. And I don't even know if they're registered. That's not my job. Your job is to regulate them. Code enforcement, poor Barbara is doing the best she can, but her hands are full on both sides. Where you think that she can handle this too is insane. All right, I can show you, I ride my bicycle around a 2-mile route around my house, and I got at least 30 different code violations. There's people moving in, they never get this piece of paper. I got this piece of paper 14 years ago when I moved here. This is rules and regulations, ordinances, when you can water your lawn and stuff like that. They don't give this out anymore. I went to the front office and asked for one. You know what she said to me? We don't do that anymore, we do it all online. Well, guess what? People don't go online and look at it. That's why VRBOs have to post their stuff on the wall, because when they sign up for a VRBO, they're not gonna go on the internet and look at the rules and regulations of the town. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we get someone to follow up and get his address? Is Barbara here tonight?
Barbara's not here, but we will follow up. Yes,
Okay.
Mayor.
Someone will follow up with you in the back. Yes, ma'am, Miss Duarte.
Jeannie Duarte. Yesterday you voted to approve, you recently voted to approve a millage rate up and over the rollback rate. Well, according to Ron DeSantis, our millage rate is supposed to go down. If it remains the same or going up, then you are taxing us on unrealized gains. Yesterday, I attended a ribbon cutting for wastewater treatment plant 2, which is right next to water treatment plant 3, located southwest of the Matanza traffic circle off US 1, near the Loop Road for the westward expansion. As Sam Greco stated, the Loop Road is not a state project, and the funds in excess of $115 million were allocated and are there for use, though the contract DRI clearly showed that the funds were lobbied unethically and should be reallocated for the wastewater treatment plant 1. Many residents who have been carefully following were unaware that wastewater treatment plant 2 had even reached its completion, though it's reported to be 3 years late. So why does it show up on our 2025 budget that has yet to be approved with a whopping $30 million price tag, $10 million over the apparent proposed budget? We should have been celebrating the ribbon cutting for wastewater treatment plant 1, but it's still in disrepair and it's state mandated to be done by 2028. Then yesterday, I went to a meeting hosted by acting city manager and vice mayor to meet with 2 local seawall builders. Why the 2? I don't know. I was invited by a resident who stated that it was not a closed door meeting and encouraged me to attend. As I am a resident, I have communicated with those seawall builders for quite some time concerning more affordable options that would not compromise the integrity of properties and the canal. However, I was denied access to this meeting and escorted to the elevator. I was told it was by invitation only, that though there was another resident who was not invited that was able to attend. This was a violation of my First Amendment rights to speak and be informed. On top of that, code enforcement was in attendance, I assume, to cite citizens to replace their seawalls, or else these walls are not cheap. We're looking at around $50,000 for an 80-foot span. Once again, I ask, where are the funds this community has been putting aside for the past 45 years to maintain their canals? And once again, I still not have received the missing budget pages for the May 6th meeting, and the deadline for the Doge was on the 21st. The documents I received from you were incomplete and unsigned. So what's the update on that?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, CD.
CD Rossell, case section. I sent you all a thing on the water treatment. I didn't know she was. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that right now. I want to talk about an event that occurred down on the pier.
Could you speak up?
There you go, CD.
There we go. Okay, a better. On the pier where they were digging and they hit an electrical line. That's a 811 call that should have been made and wasn't. June 16, 1976, I was in the center of a fuel line explosion that took out a city block and proved that vapor bombs could work. Fuel vapor bombs can work, took out a whole city block. I was there 3 minutes after it went off. I couldn't do anything about it then, but 811 was created and happened 15 years later. We need to make sure that anybody that's digging gets that call done and has a survey done, proper survey, because you can fix property, but you can't fix life for 30 casualties in that event. So it's very familiar in my, you can go look it up. Venice Boulevard, Culver City, fuel line explosion. So anyway, and we're coming up on the 50th anniversary of it. So it's very close to me about 811 because it doesn't need to happen. And the fire department went down there, and those guys are not hooked up for FP&L work, okay? They're hooked up for fire. And it's dangerous for them to go down on an electric like that. So anyway, that's something I'd like to follow up on. And then on this, I'd like to get together with you guys on it, you know, talk about what I dug up and what I know about it, and we can make the wastewater treatment plant literally almost self-sustaining. And you should have it in your email. I don't think you got a chance to read it, because, you know, I sent it out late. Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
James D., W section. It's raining, flooding issues continue. It's just, you know, Jeremy's problem. He's got a big problem. They try to fix it, and it created more problems. Now we just read about this 85-year-old woman whose kitchen flooded 3 times from new construction next to her because it's too high. Supposedly, someone on council or someone's on council would try to look into it and prevent it, but she's still getting flooded. So my concern is that they're building next to me now, and I'm worried. You corrected the code months ago so that builders can only go 10 inches maximum above the adjacent property. I still think it's too high. As I drive by new construction, I see houses that seem to be level or maybe 2 to 3 inches higher than next with proper drainage. I called the builder of the house next to me and talked to the construction manager and also Gabe in the building department. They all confirmed that the house is next to me is going to be 3 inches higher than my FFE. The problem is, it looks much higher than 3 inches. No one seems to be concerned about it. My street floods now both sides of my driveway because water can't get out to the end of the cul-de-sac to the ravine. Lynn Stevens and her crew came out and assessed the problem and are planning to correct it, so I thank her for that. But now adding another house that may not be draining properly is an issue for me. I'm getting minor flooding already in my yard just because the property construction isn't draining, it's not graded properly. So I'm recommending again that you change that code to be less than 10 inches difference between adjacent properties. 3 inches, 2 to 3 inches, or even level should be the norm. You have plenty of flooding problems, you have headaches, I don't want any headaches. I even tried calling the owner of the new property, they don't answer the phone. I wanted to warn them that if we have flooding issues, the builder will just say, we did it according to code, it's not our problem. It's gonna be the owner's problem to fix the issue. I don't wanna have to put anybody through legal process when it should be done right from the start. I had a similar issue at my previous house, flooding neighbor behind me, contacted the builder, code office, same reply. Your property complies with code requirements. So I had to dig a slope out and build a block wall to prevent flooding to the property behind me. Please change that code so we don't have any more problems. Now, car noise. We could do something about car noise, these intentional backfiring and loud mufflers. It's driving everybody crazy. And by the way, the dirt from the adjacent property that they're building is washed down into my swale and into my culvert, which was just cleaned a few months ago. So I got to clean that out all again. So please address this flooding issue. Reduce that code to way below 10 inches, if you will. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Stone.
I know. Boy, I think I've seen everything. We went through the Riot Act, where Mike was cleared through the Ethics Committee, false accusation, false. Now we have a situation, and one of the reasons why I'm bringing this up, my dad was the biggest lawyer in New York City and Vegas. He opened up most of the hotels on the legal side, and Meyer Lansky was my godfather. So I learned a lot on the legal side of business, but this city has been dirty for 13 years, as long as I've been here. We have a councilman that 1/3 of his contributions was from the developers or the small electric shops. And he could stand up and say it was me, but he'll be clueless. What someone did also, someone was asked to be a witness, and she's gonna be running in the council for such and say, and she was escorted out by 2 people on this council, and it's a joke. It's a joke. And read the papers locally. Go to Daytona, ask them what they think about Palm Coast. Go to Ormond Beach, ask them what they think about Palm Coast. Mr. Morris came in as a mayor, and he said he wanted to clean up the corruption in this city. We had it passed with Danko, we had it passed with Hafen, and Kluger's Neck. The corruption in this city needs to stop. Now let me give you good advice. When someone's running, check their backgrounds. You're gonna be shocked. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. My name is Sharon Resnick, and I've been a resident in Palm Coast for decades, and I'm here to oppose the sale of the Palm Harbor Golf Course. The Palm Harbor Golf Course has had generational impact on our community and has created generational memories for families that reside in our city, as well as for tourists that visit here year after year, as my father used to do. The selling of the Palm Harbor Golf Course would be a travesty and would be one of the worst decisions any council has ever made in the history of Palm Coast. Cities are supposed to make people's lives better by providing open green spaces, recreational facilities, and community gathering places. Cities are not profit-making operations. They are designed to benefit the residents of that city, to create safety, infrastructure, health, and harmony. We all know what will happen if the golf course gets sold. It will ultimately end up another housing development. $1.8 million for 140 acres is highly suspicious. It is so undervalued that it raises all kinds of red flags and the feeling that there must be multi-level deals going on behind the scenes. $1.8 million is certainly not going to have generational impact on our city. That money will be gone in a hot minute. Selling this extremely valuable, irreplaceable public asset for short-term, artificial financial gain sacrifices long-term community benefits. Once sold, it can never be recovered. It will be gone forever. They're not making any more open land in the heart of Palm Coast. The golf course serves as a vital recreational, environmental, and social asset. It serves as an important open green space for our vibrant local wildlife. Deer, eagles, osprey, waterbirds, wild turkey, otters, turtles, and fish. It also plays a vital and important role in the management of stormwaters. Privatization or redevelopment would lead to irreversible environmental harm. The council members should cease and desist immediately any plans to sell, lease, or privatize Palm Harbor Golf Course. Let's get new management, implement new operational strategies for new streams of income. I have several ideas to share for another time. The Palm Harbor Golf Course should not be sold and should remain a municipal golf course in perpetuity. Please protect what makes our city livable, inclusive, and green. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name's Muffin, and I live in the R section. I'm here to speak to you about the Aquatic Center. This is the earliest time we've ever seen it close on Sundays. My concern is that the families are unable to use the Aquatic Center on Sunday. I think that in the past we've seen it open until at least Labor Day. I know it's managed, I believe, by the Parks and Recs department, and I believe it's owned by the public school. I'm not quite sure of all the details, but I do see multiple schedules on the website of it being open on Mondays and Wednesdays until 6:30 until like October 15th. I also see it open until 7:30 p.m. until on or around September 30th on water fitness programs for exercise. I know myself, my daughter, and a number of our friends use this facility for exercise. Also know that a number of the insurance companies use this in their gym riders for exercise, silver sneakers, and the closure of this on Sundays is causing, one less day of exercise. For those of us who work full-time, for those of us who have a family that, go to school, and also for those of us who enjoy the pool on the weekends. But I would like to ask you all to reconsider closing it early on Sundays and keeping it open later in the year on Sunday. And I'll yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Daniel Cope, local business owner, golf course operator, and proud Palm Coast resident. Many of you may know me as the owner of the Purple Donkey down on the beach, but I've spent most of my career in golf, owning and revitalizing struggling golf courses across the country. I graduated valedictorian in golf course management and have built a business around turning underperforming assets into thriving community pillars. I love this city. I'm raising my 4 kids here, and I want to be Palm Coast, and I want to see Palm Coast reach its full potential. Palm Harbor Golf Club has that potential. It could be more than just a golf course. It should be more than just a golf course. It should be a profitable, vibrant, year-round hub that residents are proud of. Right now, it's losing the city money each year. That can stop today. Here's my proposal. Let my company take over management. I'm not asking the city for a dime. I'm offering to take the financial burden completely off your shoulders and in return provide the city with a guaranteed check every single year. To be clear, Troon and Loopers would stay in place. They've done a great job, and there's no need to disrupt that. My focus is on turning the golf course around. Operations, marketing, events, community engagement. I know how to run this golf course profitably. And more importantly, how to make it matter to the community again. Take Palm Coast VIP, for example. We're on track to raise over $500,000 for local schools and charities with this card. It's already generating excitement in the community with schools and tons of local businesses signed on. The energy is real and growing every day. I see Palm Harbor becoming part of the same kind of uplift. Youth clinics, school tournaments, charity scrambles, creating real value for real families right here in Palm Coast. My team's in place. My plan's ready. All I need is your green light to move forward. Let's stop the financial bleed today and start building something great together. Thank you for your time. I look forward to serving Palm Coast.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Shelley.
Good evening, Council. Darlene Shelley, live in the K section. I don't have anything prepared, but as I'm listening to the other speakers tell you their concerns for our community, common thread comes up of safety, health, and welfare. No matter what the complaint, it seems that is the root concern. When we sit here and listen to the ordinances, we're assured that the proposed project is going to not be a burden to the local residents or affect in a negative way our safety, health, and welfare. So we heard a couple issues tonight as far as legitimate concerns for nuisance, noise, and lack of any sort of attempt for compliance to keep the loud mufflers down, the folks who crank their radios so loud you can hear it all the way up from the U section from US 1. This is unacceptable, and I don't see a presence with law enforcement looking to regulate these things that are harming our health and our safety or quality of life. Whether it's noise, whether it's inconsiderate renters in a rental, Airbnb or VRBO, or whether it's the constant circling of airplanes over your home. And currently, this is my mission, because it's not only affecting my own personal health, safety, and welfare, it's affecting every single resident of Bunnell and Palm Coast and Flagler County, whether it's through the air they breathe, or the water they drink, or their quality of life being destroyed by airplanes going over their home every 3 minutes, infringing on our property rights, flying so low that they're not in compliance with FAA guidelines for safe altitudes, because it's impossible to have a plane fly over the city and touch and go an average of 520 times every single day. It's impossible to do that safely. And touch and goes are not necessary for takeoffs and landings. It's a separate operation that is incompatible and inconsistent with a healthy way of life for the residents of Palm Coast. And I'll talk to you more about what you can do about it in the form of an airport zoning regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
My name is Scott. I live in the R section. December be 25 years. 25 years I didn't park my work van in the driveway. I put fence around my AC unit so you couldn't see it from the street. Played by all the rules. Now, I have this for a vision on my patio. That's total loss of privateness. What's the use of the private fence? Somebody from the second floor can see right into my bedroom, my kitchen, my living room. Who's gonna pay for my, putting trees up or whatever? I'm sure this builder's, when he gets done, if you ever done research on this builder, it's kind of a shady deal too. They'll put like 3-foot twigs up and call them trees, and that'll be the end of things. It'll be up to me to try to get some privacy back. I don't know what else we're supposed to do. You know, you play by the rules, and this is what happens to you. So the next time you're on your patio, having a beer or coffee in the morning, imagine looking out your backyard and having that stared at you. My neighborhood's established. 90% of the homes are 15, 20 years old. Now, my neighbors are gonna have to deal with this, because nobody else is going to. And we're all retired, so we ain't got money coming out of our pockets. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can someone in the back follow up with this gentleman and find out, because I couldn't see that picture from this. Yes, ma'am, Miss Carol. You're the last one in the queue.
Carol Stoughton, Palm Coast, Florida, retired nurse, 87 years old. I am here to let the people know what's been going on over the past 8 years. We had a mayor that all he did was push for development and have his picture taken with a gold shovel. So when the mayor got elected, they all went haywire. So they had to organize people in the Brown Building, in community relations, and in HR, and then they got the newspapers, and then they decided to get the Observer and Nextdoor, and let's censure this guy. Oh, censure this guy because he's doing his job for the people. He's looking out for infrastructure, he's looking out for development, the roads, the crumpling of the roads, and so they push and they push. And so then you got Mr. Garbaro, who never would have been appointed, I'm sorry, that's right, he was appointed, and if it wasn't for Mr. Duffy, he should have done his job. He never should have let him take and run up to that seat and take his appointment, because it was all based on an ethics violation. It's time that we saw the services of another law firm, because had Mr. Duffy done his job, he wouldn't be sitting there. Now, all of a sudden, after Mr. Gambaro closed all his cores, now he's leaving the area and he's gonna run for Congress. And then he advertises of his brigadier title, which he is a first rank person, and I looked that up, and it's to be called a brigadier general is a 1-star general. I commend you for your service, but I don't think it's proper that you go and advertise all about it, okay? And then Mr. Gambaro, he don't even pay taxes on his house on Rycliffe, because he recently just got a total disability. Oh, but President Trump, through his father and through legislators, appointed him a brigadier general, which is great now. He can run for the Congress. What we have here is people earning salaries were given out. The city manager is making over $230,000. We need to find out what these people are doing in the back rooms to earn their $100,000 worth of salary. We need to see how hard they work. The people that work the hardest here get paid the least, and those are the people that keep this city running beautifully. And I was here in July when Ms. Pontieri screamed and yelled. They took it off the cameras so that we couldn't see it. She screamed and yelled and was practically spitting in the mayor's face. All she does is chastise him and criticize him. I can tell you something. The mayor was never asked to resign from a position, nor is he on mugshots.com.
Thank you, ma'am. That's it for public comment. City manager, do you have any follow-ups?
Yes, sir. We will follow up with Ms. Chantel on the water usage for the data center. It is going to be just used for employees, and then the first initial restart will circulate the recirculating system of the cooling to keep the data center cool. So not all of the usage impacts that she had mentioned in her comment.
So it's a closed system, right?
Correct.
So
It's a-
they'll use the water one time and it recirculates consistently. It's not like we're constantly using water.
Correct. The pier being hit and the 811 call CD, that was actually in Flagler Beach, so we don't have any jurisdiction over there, but I'm sure as good agency partners, we did help out. Mr. Dean's case about the flooding concern, Lynn is looking into that. The resident case that he mentioned about the older woman, that's only a 4-inch difference, so it's in compliance with our policy and our technical manual. As far as the Palm Harbor Golf Course, that is a future agenda item of yours on August the 26th. But I did ask Kendra to reach out to Mr. Cope and set a meeting with him and I so that I could review his proposal in advance of that meeting, as well as review some financials that you're putting together. I will look into the pool concern about hours of operation. And I think that's all that I can answer, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else from the rest of the council? Mr. Miller?
I was just going to ask, thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask, I'm not sure what the legality is of, second story versus one story residences next to each other and regulating that in any way. But I don't know if we can get some information on that, or I know Barbara isn't here, but in terms of code or how that works, whether we even have anything that we can do in these situations.
Thank you. We'll go down here. Mr. Gambaro, anything? Go ahead, Council.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention on the vacation rental, comes up on a regular basis, and it's true that we don't know who these people are coming in to rent the unit, and there can be some problems. But it's not just a city problem. The tax collector is responsible for designating the units that become rental units, and then it's up to them to ensure that that they're carrying it out properly, not so much the actual activity there, but the fact whether or not they're a rental unit. I've checked into that a number of times over the years, and the tax collector has done a very good job in identifying which houses are being used as rental units. We could maybe get some more information on that from the tax collector, but that has not. They've been very good about sorting that out. The problems with the people who are there and noise and all that's a different issue, but identifying the units that are rental and need to pay fees is done pretty well.
Can I jump back in on that? That
Yes, sir.
sparked something. Just wanted to see if maybe we can get some information about how the program's working, code enforcement,
Yeah.
whether we're getting a lot of complaints, what the punitive responses are in terms of code. Are we shutting them down if they continue to violate code? That's the whole point of this ordinance is, so, and just for the public's knowledge, prior to our ordinance on Airbnbs, there was no regulation of Airbnbs. It was the state law allows it to happen. So we reined it in, required business licenses, certain rules, things like that. So we certainly need to be on top of enforcing the code so that the quality of life reasons why we did that are helping our residents and not hurting them.
And just to tack on top of that, Joe, I was reviewing your ordinance that you guys drafted, and so anyone that is in violation of that ordinance pretty much gets one warning, and then after that, they go to code board and they get violations repeatedly. So it's
one strike.
It's just one strike policy. That's it. And then after that, they go to code board. So if they go to code board and that we solve everything, they get another violation. They go straight back to code board, and then fines start accruing. So there is a process.
It's also just helpful to remember that some of the short-term rentals on VRBO or Airbnb may say Palm Coast, but they're not in Palm Coast proper city limits, right? They're in unincorporated Flagler County because they're in the hammock. So while Flagler County as a whole may have 1,228, not all are in Palm Coast. We have 446 in city proper.
On the books.
Yes.
These aren't registered.
No, these are what we found. 186 are registered, and there are 75 of those 446 that are no longer short-term rentals. So, and Barbara said that the rest are in violation. So I'll provide you with a white paper on how the program is working and what we're doing to remediate.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could just jump on. So I had short-term rental on my street here in the R section. That was in violation. I brought it up to our acting city manager and Barbara, and they said, hey, look, they're in complete violation, we're holding them to account. I think the issue is, how do you regulate behavior so it doesn't bother the citizens that live on that street? And I think that's maybe kind of the next step in this process. I think we laid a good groundwork for initial regulation, but what's the next step? I don't know. I think it's worth the discussion.
Can we get a number of how many have already been forced to go to code board? Have we had any so far?
Sure, I'll get that information for
Okay,
you, Mayor.
we need to know the numbers and what the follow-up is. Yes, ma'am. You got something, Vice Mayor?
Just a few more things. First, thank you, Acting City Manager, for an update on several items, and I definitely concur with council. An update on the STR enforcement is crucial as we look at quality of life issues, so thank you for that. With regards to 31 Rybar, I was the city council member that the gentleman was referencing. I have spoken to that resident directly. She has my contact information. I have asked her to keep me informed directly so that if she does have issues, she can reach me and we can send staff out there. But as city manager said, we did, pursuant to the surveys, it's a 4-inch difference, which is actually in compliance with our new code, not our old code, and the new code is more stringent than the prior code was. Thank you, Mr. Cope, for coming up. I also did review the packet that you gave to all of us. I'm very intrigued. I want to save the golf course. I'm working with staff on a weekly basis on different aspects of trying to do that, so I appreciate your time and your willingness to step up for us. Thank you. Finally, with regards to Ms. Stoughton, that's a flat-out lie. So I would encourage people to look at the actual video. As soon as that meeting is over, Mr. Mayor actually got up from the dais and left. So there's absolutely no portion of any meeting or any communication between us that occurred that is not on tape or on the audio. This is my time. So I encourage people, if you doubt me, to please look at that video. Otherwise, I have nothing further. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else? We'll move on to item F, minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve: the July 15th, 2025 business meeting and the July 22nd, 2025 workshop. And do we have any amendments to the minutes or any issues?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of both sets of minutes.
Second.
We got a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we're going to move on to item G, appointment. We have one appointment of one member to the Residential Drainage Citizen Advisory Committee, and that's Ms. Jessica Voorhees.
Yes, Mayor, Ms. Voorhees is your alternate. You do have 2 vacancies. Ms. Tracy Domke and Ms. Mara Worth both resigned their positions. And Ms. Voorhees has attended all of the meetings as the alternate and requests to participate as a full committee member. There were no other applications. We did advertise several different places. And just as a reminder, City Council, this group does sunset in February.
Sunsets in February. And you're Ms. Voorhees? Would you guys, would like to hear a little bit of a backup? We'll give you 3 minutes.
If you would like to
yes,
say
ma'am.
something, yes.
We'll give you 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead, Ms. Voorhees.
Good evening, everybody. I am Jessica Voorhees. I am a Palm Coast citizen since 2017. Little by little, I realized how much I love this city. My 2 daughters are growing up here. They are almost teenagers, both of them. And I'm a Peruvian architect. I've been working in several places in construction and in industry. And when I realized that the vacancy here and the drainage committee, I realized that, oh, why not do it? And I'm here. I've been with all the team trying to find out solutions for the people, and as a team with Lynn too, that she has been awesome. And it's just what I want to say today. And I offer myself as a member after being as an alternate.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Voorhees. Any follow-up, any questions?
No, sir.
Can we get a motion to,
Motion to approve.
Second.
we got a second? Call the vote, Ms. Cook? Oh, we don't have public comment. Go ahead, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Giambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations, Ms. Voorhees. I hope you help the committee out as long as you can until it sunsets.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Ms. Voorhees.
volunteering.
We're going to move on to item H, the ordinance of the second read. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a 2025 ordinance establishing the creation of the Lighthouse Community Development District pursuant to Chapter 190 Florida statutes.
Thank you, sir. City Manager, anything?
Go ahead, Fong. I think you're here for questions. Nothing's changed.
Yes, that's right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. For the record, Fong Wing, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. This is the second reading of the Lighthouse Community District to establish the community district. The first reading was held July 15th, and I have presented to you the purpose, the 6 factors that are required by state statute, Chapter 190. And since then until now, we have only one resident questions, and I have basically provided answers and addressed satisfactorily to the resident. So with that, I have no updates and no revisions to the establishment of the CDD.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can we get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion?
Second.
We got a second. Any discussion?
No, sir.
We're going to have to open this one up for public comment, so anyone that wants to make comments concerning the Lighthouse Community Development District, please come forward. Yes, ma'am.
Janie Duarte. I am concerned about CDDs. As I understand, it's an extension of governance in our community, and I think we have enough of that. I think we need to relook at this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Cook, if you could please call the vote.
Before you start that quasi judicial, so just do ex parte communications real quick.
Anybody have any ex parte communication concerning
No,
this
sir.
CDD?
I had one resident reach out to me about a concern, but it won't affect my vote.
I also had a couple of residents contact me, but it won't concern my vote.
None.
Anyone else? Ms. Cook, if you call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Giambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
No.
The motion passes 4-1.
We're moving on to item 5, ordinance, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have another 2025 ordinance, Airport Commerce Fire Station, 26 Land Exchange, Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment, application 6154.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hanson is going to be the lead on this. Yes, sir.
1 second, I'll get the PowerPoint up for you, sir. Good evening, Michael Hansen for Community Development. This particular item is on the second read. It was presented before the City Council on July 15th for first read. It's actually 2 items. It's ordinance for the future land use amendment and also for the rezoning for the project. If you'd like, I can go back through, or if the council has any questions pertaining to the items, I'm available for any particular questions. As of, since the date of July 15th, I have not had any further public participation or inquiries from members of the public regarding these items.
All right, thank you, sir. Can we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
We got a motion to
Second.
approve. We got a second. Any further discussion from the dais? Any follow-up questions from Mr. Hanson? We'll open this up for public comment. Anyone have any public comments concerning Airport Commerce Fire Station 26 Land Exchange Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment, application 6154. Seeing no one come forward? Yes, ma'am.
My concerns, Jeannie Duarte, my concerns with the fire stations are the 5G cell towers, and I'd like for that to be removed off their properties, or not added to their properties. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? We'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Sorry, one ex parte as well, I'm
Ex
sorry.
parte, anyone have any ex parte communication?
Negative.
I have not had any concern in this matter. Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
We'll move on to item 6, second read ordinance 20, I'm sorry, City Attorney, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have another 2025 ordinance of second read, Airport Commerce Fire Station 26 Land Exchange Zoning Map Amendment, Application 6151.
Okay, this is in conjunction with the other one. Can we get a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion,
We
Mr.
got a
Mayor.
motion to approve?
Second.
We got a second. Any follow-up questions for Mr. Hanson concerning this? None? Ex parte communication?
No, sir.
No, I don't recall any, so I'll say no. Nobody's gonna complain about a fire station going in. We'll open up for public comment. Anyone have any public comments concerning this? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to item I, ordinances of the first read. City Attorney?
Yes, we have a first read ordinance of 2025, Hargrove Lane Zoning Map Amendment, Application 6253, and this is, just friendly reminder, a quasi-judicial action.
I have, any ex parte communications?
No.
I have received a few
Other than
emails from
email.
constituents. No, that will not affect my vote.
I've had a few as well, and it won't affect my vote.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, so we need to declare that we've heard from residents on this issue.
Well, it's any communication outside of chamber, right?
It's communication with parties outside this that would affect your vote. And if you say
Yeah,
that,
I mean, I guess the question is, shouldn't the residents have an effect on our vote?
yeah, so usually it's supposed to be, it's the party that is coming forward with the
Right,
action.
it's somebody that's
But-
involved in this action, right? Okay.
That's correct, but it
Yeah.
also doesn't hurt if you say, like, I've had
Well,
discussions.
certainly
with
I've heard from residents
Yes.
as well on this issue.
All right, thank you. You're handling this too, Mr. Hanson?
I'll be here almost all night, sir. I have 4 items.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Once again, Michael Hanson, Community Development. That's a bit of an echo there. This particular application is for an rezoning for from light industrial and warehousing to heavy industrial, located at 11 Hargrove Lane. Here is the aerial to give you perspective of the location. It's right at the southeast corner of the cul-de-sac of Hargrove Lane. This particular area is one of the few industrial parks that we have platted within the city. The applicant met all public notice and neighborhood meeting requirements for this particular rezoning. There were 6 members of the public that attended the neighborhood meeting. Issues of concern that they had at that time dealt with potential amount of traffic on Hargrove Grade and Hargrove Lane, upkeep of the roads due to increased industrial dump trucks or concrete mixers on the road, and then also dust or particulate matter and their potential impacts to the property value that they have for neighboring businesses within the area. The future land use designation of this property is industrial, which supports the current and proposed zoning districts. As you can see here, the current is the IND1, which is the light industrial warehousing, the proposed is heavy industrial. The surrounding developmental pattern is primarily light industrial. However, the dark purple industrial 2 to the west is for the Sunbelt Chemicals facility. This is approximately 550 feet to the west. The MPD area to the east is a master plan development that is called South Palm Coast Park. That particular area, I'll get into kind of the breakdown of it, but it's potentially for a medical office or hospital kind of complex, but there's substantial amount of wetlands as well in that area. Evaluating the differences of the zoning, the proposed zoning requires a larger site, approximately 1 acre. The overall size of this site is 36.65 acres in size, so it is well over the minimum lot size and meets a lot width of 150 feet for the proposed zoning classification. The impervious surface ratio is actually slightly lower than what is currently allowed. And it does have some slightly larger setbacks regarding the for building. Just so you're tracking here, in our LDC, under the proposed zoning, I-92 states that it allows for 0.45. However, I put a little footnote in there, just something that we're going to correct as we update the LDC. That'll be changed to reflect what is allowed in the comprehensive plan for heavy industrial to 0.35. This particular site does have some substantial wetlands, approximately 10.27 acres scattered on the site, with a larger chunk of it to the north, which is adjacent to the St. Joe's Canal, and then also to the west, where the property ends at the south end of that cul-de-sac, as you can see. But then, looking at the aerial, the area to the east is substantially wet as well. In fact, as I go, change the slide here with the little blue area. This is the 100-year floodplain, also known as Flood Zone A, indicated by the FEMA flood insurance rate maps. These two yellow areas that popped up are two public potable well sites, SW60 and SW105, which are located at the southern corners of the site. Due to the proximity of these public potable water well sites, excuse me, staff contacted the city's contracted hydrogeologist to evaluate this potential rezoning. The applicant proposes a maximum use of 10,000 gallons of water per day over a 5.5-day working week, which is consistent with their consumptive use permit. And St. John's Water Management District will ultimately review that consumptive use permit for compliance and environmental standards to ensure that those are met. But our contracted hydrogeologist stated in correspondence that was included with the application packet that the 10,000 gallons a day is a relatively small amount. They do not expect it to have a major, if any, impact on the supply wells. The hydrogeologist suggested that the well for this particular project be located as far from the existing city supply as possible, adjacent to the northern property border. The applicant relayed that our batch plant.
Can I jump in? Why? Can you explain why?
So as far as the distance for why, within the city, we have adopted wellhead protection overlay of 500 feet. So as far as that distance, they wanted to have the potential draw pushed further away so that it minimizes any potential impact with the proposed site's operations compared to the existing draw of the city's potable water wells. The applicant.
So I guess my question is there concern?
The hydrogeologist stated that they didn't really have much concern, if any. They thought that this amount was a relatively small amount of the draw based on the amount of gallons per day, but also based on what the applicant relayed is that their anticipated draw times is off of peak hour consumptions, where it's typically overnight into the early morning area, where that typical draw isn't. The larger portion of the draw would be during the regular working day that the city has for its potable water wells.
Okay, thank
you. Mr. Hanson, sorry, since we stopped on that issue, it was the recommendation based on the 10,000 gallons per day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because in the backup data, if you actually look at the backup documents that the applicant sent with their application, it shows that on average they'd be using 14,000 gallons per day. So I'm wondering if that analysis would change the opinion. I mean, it's almost 50% more. And I hate to put you on the spot, but it's a concern. So, I mean, I know this
Sure.
is first read. If we can maybe get an answer on that, if this
And-
passes today on second read, that'd be great.
And that's perfectly fine, ma'am. I can reach out to our contacted hydrogeologist to see if there's any further concern with 14,000 gallons a day. Ultimately, the rezoning itself is conceptual in nature, so this project will ultimately have to apply for a technical site plan, which then goes through further staff review prior to receiving a development order.
Thank you.
They're looking at, as far as the applicant, a potable water well for their draw of approximately 4 to 5 inches in diameter with a flow rate ranging between 5 to 15 gallons per minute. The project's conditional use permit or consumptive use permit for that will require hydrologic analysis modeling for that water usage to ensure the compliance through the St. John's Water Management District standards that they have. Oops, sorry, it jumped a little bit on me. Additionally, as far as some of the environmental aspect or analysis here, dust was a primary concern that some of the residents attending the neighborhood meeting had. So speaking with the applicant stated that the end user on the particular site has a filtration system that can capture 99.5% of dust particulates ranging from 0.2 to 2 micron range and 99.995% at 1 micron or above. They state that they use a closed loop washdown system to wash down the trucks prior to what they call the loading goes phase to help minimize dust while exiting the site. And further in here, the applicant did provide some slides with some pictures that help visualize what their application has. They'll also be required to obtain air quality permit for the site, and from an environmental standpoint, when they submit for a technical site plan, we have in our land development code section 4.14 of our LDC for environmental for performance metrics and standards for industrial users that IND2 applicant to develop the site would have to make sure that they meet all those requirements, and that'll be analyzed by our environmental planner as we move through that technical site plan following potential rezoning. As far as rezoning goes, it has to meet all of our criteria under section 2.05.05 of our land development code and section 2.06.03 of our land development code. As far as the criteria, the land use pattern of Hargrove Grade and Hargrove Lane is designated industrial. As I mentioned, it's one of the few industrial parks that we have within the city. The proposed IND2 use meets within that industrial future land use designation that we have. There's property that's already has the IND2 zoning district that's 550 feet away from the particular site here. And as I mentioned, they'll have to go through that section 4.14 performance metrics and criteria for concrete batch plant, which a concrete batch plant isn't a use that is authorized under the IND2 zoning district for our land development code. Additionally, because of that 500-foot radial well fill protection zone, they'll have to ensure compliance within our comprehensive plan, making sure to minimize and stay out of that 500-foot radial for our public potable water wells. With any kind of encroachment within the FEMA floodplain, that 100-year floodplain that I mentioned, they'll have to establish a base flood elevation. They'll have to provide any kind of compensatory storage within the application. So once we have a technical site plan application with a concept plan showing where the proposed impact would be, that would be analyzed at that particular point. The proposed development, as far as the rezoning itself, is consistent with our comprehensive plan under policies 1.1.1E and 1.1.4.3. The proposed rezoning is not anticipated to provide or cause any kind of financial liability or hardship upon the city. Staff took a look at the current vacant lot. Their city portion of the trim is approximately $2,500 under the current tax rate. That's likely based on potential size. We were trying to analyze similar models, likely to increase to approximately $10,000, if not more, on an annual basis after developed. As far as the city's portion for ad valorem taxes, the project will have to pay into impact fees to develop, which the city would then help capture some of the fee related to that. And currently, as stands, the city has adopted a arts and public places fee that any kind of vertical construction valued at over $1 million would potentially have to pay into as well. So that might be another aspect that this particular project may have to pay into, depending on the cost value for the vertical construction. They're anticipated, based on an email that we received earlier today, to potentially be investing between $18 to $20 million into the site development, plus all for equipment, construction of their facility, and overhead, in addition to the vehicles that they'd be bringing. And they're looking at, I believe it's stated, approximately 10 jobs to the community, approximately $75,000 to $100,000 annual salaries for those particular jobs with the use. This particular rezoning isn't anticipated to create any kind of hazard or nuisance that would affect the general health, welfare, or safety, as it's designed to be an industrial area currently with the plating that for the Hargrove Grade Industrial Park designation for industrial, and also the environmental measures that the applicant and end user are looking at implementing. The proposed development, as I stated, will have to apply or meet all of our laws as far as state, federal laws. They'll also have to comply with St. John's Water Management District compliance regulations, the city's Land Development Code Comprehensive Plan, Florida Building Code, National Fire Protection Associations, and also Florida Fire Prevention Code, and then also ADA compliance as well throughout the whole site. The second set of criteria that I mentioned this kind of application has to meet for rezoning is unique to rezoning applications. It's found under 2.06.03. Subsection A, the project is compatible based on land use, developmental patterns with our comprehensive plan. As far as the impact on the environment, based on the feedback that we have currently from our hydrogeologists, and I'll follow up with the 14,000 gallon potential to see what they're looking at, if that would trigger any kind of further review. But they're looking at currently based on 10,000 gallons, that's a relatively minor amount as far as water consumption. But as I mentioned, not to go through the FEMA Palmer process to make that or establish that base flood elevation, and then provide any kind of compensatory storage for any kind of impacts to that 100-year floodplain, and get that consumptive use permit through St. John's River Water Management District. The proposed rezoning would allow the property owner to potentially develop with a concrete batch plant. And I say potentially, as any kind of rezoning is conceptual in nature. So concrete batch plant isn't allowed use for the heavy industrial use. So after potential rezoning, when they submit for the technical site plan, the actual application will ensure that it meets the requirements in our land development code for those industrial performance metrics that we have. The end user attached to this particular rezoning, from what I've been told, has 1,400 of these concrete batch plants throughout the country. So I think it's likely that they will follow through with the proposed development if the rezoning is approved. As far as our concurrency modeling, facilities that we have, the rezoning, because it's industrial, doesn't impact any kind of schools. Transportation, Hargrove Industrial Park, Dead Hens, so all inbound, outbound trips filter out on the US 1. When evaluating traffic, we use the Institute of Traffic Engineers trip generation manual. So based on the current use, is use type 140, which is for the light industrial, or sorry, I misspoke, 120 is for light industrial, 140 is for manufacturing. Based on the maximum developmental potential, based on the calculation that we have right now, there was previously approved a luxury car condo facility on the site for 221,000 approximately square feet in size. So staff took that approved square footage that currently has an active development order that the owner is no longer pursuing to evaluate the light industrial trip ends versus the proposed theoretical maximum for heavy industrial. And ultimately, it results in a potential increase of 20 PM peak hour trips based on those ITE use types between 140 and 120. The potable water, sanitary sewer are available already to serve the site. And as I mentioned, the owner will have to pay into connecting through impact fees. Currently, there's no changes in circumstances or conditions that are affecting the area. IND2 is consistent with the industrial flume designation. And as I mentioned, it's one of the few industrial parks that we have within the city. As far as compatibility with proximate uses and developmental patterns, with the industrial future land use designation, the IND2 rezoning is compatible. Currently, the Hargrove Grade Industrial Park is largely developed with light industrial zoning on that. There is currently one property that is zoned for heavy industrial with the Sunbelt Chemicals facility that's approximately 550 feet to the west of this particular site. Following any kind of potential approval or rezoning, the development of this project, as mentioned, will have to go through and make sure that they meet the performance standards for our industrial uses found in our land development code during that technical site plan.
Mr. Hanson, how long has Sunbelt been on that location?
My understanding is that property was previously developed before it was annexed into the city. So my understanding is what I was told, the annexation occurred approximately between, I believe, 2003, 2005 timeframe, sir.
So that's, and they deal with pool supplies, chlorine and all that, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's very hazardous material, just to the west of where this site.
It's arguably probably more hazardous than concrete.
Yes, sir. That's.
But it pre-existed the city, Sunbelt Chemicals, is that what you're saying?
My understanding is that that particular site was developed prior to being annexed into the city.
But it's been there for how long?
Okay, yeah.
I have one thing to add to that. I did go out there and take a look, drove up and down the street, take a look. And there's also a company called AC Construction in that Industry 2 site also. I don't know if people are aware of that. And when I was there, that's heavy construction, large equipment. There was a big dump truck with a bunch of concrete, broken up concrete, because they do that kind of work. So and that's in that Industry 2 piece that's to the west of this. And I just say it's kind of, it's there now. I mean, it's already there. It is one of our only industry sites we have.
It's consistent with industrial use.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking that question because I was going to ask it as well. Has there been any issues with with Sunbelt Chemicals and encroachment on those wells that you know of?
As far as encroachment onto the wells, I'm not aware of any encroachment onto the potable water wells, sir.
Okay, any contamination issues or spills?
I was told at some point in the past that there was some kind of derailment as far as a train with that particular use.
That's the spur is right there.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Since
Thank
we're,
you, Mr. Mayor.
since we're talking about the wells, the proposal from the hydrologist was to relocate those wells to the north side of Hargrove?
They're potable. What are their?
Yeah, the well for this particular user on their property, because the amount of water they draw for the production of quickcrete concrete, they're looking at a 4 to 5 inch diameter well that pulls 5 to 15 gallons a minute, but the hydrogeologist wanted it located to the north side of their property.
Just the property.
Just to
okay.
keep it further away from our potable water wells that we have with SW60 and SW105.
Okay, so relocate that farther away from our wells so that it's not decreasing our draw.
Yeah, with that logic and mindset, it's to compete less with our potable water wells that we have.
Yeah, so as the Vice Mayor mentioned, I'd be interested in finding out if that at 14 or 15,000 gallons changes where they think that should be, or whether it should be there at all.
And I will definitely find out for the council before second read here.
I have a question since we stopped to talk about Sunbelt. So I'm looking at the aerial map series that you had up earlier, both the distant and the close. And forgive me, council, I don't know what page on the packet this is. They're not numbered. Go back a little bit more. Yeah, this one. Thank you. So do we know where, and this might come from the applicant's presentation, so forgive me if I'm jumping the gun, but do we know where on the proposed site the actual batch plant will be?
There's a rough kind of concept plan that tries to show that their proposed industrial area is outside of the wetland and floodplain area. So located more towards the center of the site, but kind of further away from the cul-de-sac where they would drive into the site, but trying to keep out of the wetlands.
Okay, can you stay on this map for a second? So we're talking about Sunbelt, and I have driven over to this site as well numerous times, and I'm curious as to what, if you go out there right now, obviously it's a ton of trees. Is there going to be, or have you guys talked to the applicant? Again, I can ask the applicant this, but is there going to be any buffer remaining between the businesses here that are on the west and where the proposed batch plant is going to be? That's my first question. My second question is, do we know what the measurement is between these businesses on the west and Sunbelt?
I'm not sure exactly as far as the measurement for these existing businesses to the west here, or the Sunbelt site, which is just to their northwest across the St. Joe's Canal. As far as buffering, you see where it says W1, that's 3.38 acres. The site here would likely largely be interior of that to minimize any kind of wetland mitigation necessary for the site, which acts as a large natural buffer from the property to the west. As far as our land development code, we have minimum setbacks that I mentioned. You're looking at 15 feet for industrial 2. This wetland area is substantially larger than that 15 feet. There's also landscape buffer requirements in there with that use type that this wetland area is going to be substantially larger than that. And this is a depicted wetland. Wetlands also have, on average, a 25-foot wetland buffer or upland wetland buffer outside of the actual wetlands as well.
And I'm assuming that because of the floodplain here in the wetlands, there's only one possible ingress and egress. There's no possible way that the applicant could create another ingress or egress on the east side of the parcel.
That likely is accurate, because with the east side of the parcel, they'd also need to have physical and legal access to be able to create that access in the first place. So that might require them, if required, or if the council wanted them to have access on the east, acquiring rights from the other property owners to be able to develop or get that kind of physical access easement, where they currently have physical and legal access right now with Hargrove Lane at the cul-de-sac.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So again, this is a rezoning action, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the applicant still has to meet all of our specifications in order to move forward, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and if there's an issue along the way, it stops, right?
That's also correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
A legal issue, though. I mean, it would have to be a legal issue. It's not, we're talking right now about what's possible for the applicant to do in order to be more compatible. At least that's what I'm talking about, because pursuant to our code, buffers can make a proposed site more compatible. So now is the time, because if we say yes, we're already deeming it compatible. Whereas if we require a more of a buffer than what is going to be proposed, they don't have to at that point, right? We've already approved it and said it's compatible. So that's why I'm concerned at this stage.
Okay, well, thanks for the clarification, Vice Mayor, and I'm asking the questions.
How many acres do the footprint of the active facility, how many acres, square acres?
I can defer to the applicant on that, sir.
Okay.
Because right now, it's still kind of conceptual in nature.
All right, thank you.
As far as the finding summary based on the criteria, as I mentioned, the application is consistent with our comprehensive plan and currently our land development code from the conceptual nature for the rezoning itself. The subsequent application will have to go through technical site plan. And there are public facilities to accommodate the impact of this zoning amendment. Now, all rezonings do go through planning board as well. So this particular application did go to the planning board, and it was heard on June 18th at that particular meeting. The planning board was unable to make a majority consensus on the vote. They voted initially to deny the application and had a resulting vote of 3-3. Then they took a secondary motion to approve the rezoning and still ended up at 3-3. So they were unable to actually make a recommendation for either approval or denial in this particular case. The rezoning still goes before the council, obviously, as I'm here for you, but you're open to make any kind of motion for the rezoning, but you don't have a recommendation from our planning board.
I have a question. I'm not sure if this is more of a code question, but so say it's approved, say it's operating, and there is particulates being generated that are, going onto other properties. What recourse do we have in terms of code to correct that issue after it's operating?
After it's operating, sir, if there's particulate matter that's going on other properties or any kind of impact that steps outside of any kind of regulatory compliance that's required, and for us, it's industrial performance metrics found under section 4.14 of our land development code. It acts as a potential trigger mechanism for our code enforcement officers to cite the property to try and bring it back into compliance with our land development code.
And you also have OSHA, EPA regulations that they have.
That's correct, sir.
They have to abide.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I think that the particulates are the primary concern here, along with the water. A secondary concern is potential traffic in those areas because it is kind of tight there with just 2 lanes. So just want to make sure that if we do go down that path, that we have some sort of arm to ensure that they're operating the way we foresaw that they would.
Mr. Henson, do we know whether the applicant is under a purchase and sale agreement conditioned on this rezoning approval?
That I can defer to the applicant, and ma'am, at this point, for my particular part of the presentation, I'm at the point that you have the fact that there's no recommendation from the planning board, so if it pleases the council, we can bring them up to be able to answer your questions.
That would be great, thank you.
Okay. The applicant? Yes, sir.
Good evening, I'm Kurt Wempe, I'm with Alliant Engineering. I'm a civil engineer. I've been working on this particular property for approximately 6 years. Very familiar with the city of Palm Coast. I lived here for 10 years, been working here since 2000, excuse me. There was many questions asked, and I'd like to address those as much as I can as the civil engineer. I also have with me Mr. Brian Hercules from SRM Concrete. He's going to address a lot of questions for you. I'm not that expert, but he is. I had dinner with him tonight. He knows everything. It should be very good. As far as the site, if you would, just go backwards. Actually, hold there for a second. So this is kind of if you look at the pink area on this exhibit right here, this is the potential development area in the pink. Okay, we've already gone through the complete process with the city and with the St. Johns River Water Management District and all of the agencies, and permitted this as a split flex warehouse, which is what is across the cul-de-sac from us. It was part large warehouse, and then part car condo. So I had those three different uses, and actually I don't think that was reflected in the trips exactly. So I can talk about the traffic in a second, but that pink area is generally the area that can be developed, and all wetland impacts have been done. I want you to go back to your environmental exhibit just for a second, because I want to talk about that. So with this application, there is no further wetland impacts. There was only fringe impacts with the previous development, and there's no new impacts because there's plenty of room on the site to develop. This exhibit here shows you the wetlands in green. Almost all of that is remaining. There was just fringe to kind of nip a couple of the edges of that. The blue area that's shown there that was a supposed floodplain, that was proved false. It wasn't floodplain because the actual topography, those lines are, in the floodplain maps are kind of big picture. Once you survey the property, you realize, oh, it's above that floodplain, and so that was taken out. A Clomar F has been applied for and received. So that's no longer an issue either. The wellheads, as you can see in the yellow dots, we took those into consideration, had a lot of conversation with staff about that. As far as our well that would be proposed for this application, it's near the cul-de-sac, and it is a very small use as far as a CUP, a consumptive use permit. They don't even start to really look at that until 100,000 gallons a day. So it's very small. We've talked to experts in hydrology about the wells and the strata, superficial aquifer and stuff like that, and they feel like it's going to be just fine. And the district will look at that, and the city's consultant, like you talked about, will look at that, and I'm sure it's going to be just fine. Nobody had any concerns as we started to go down that road. And then going back to the traffic, I wanted to address that. So in reality, this site, the pink area, if you go back to that exhibit that I had, that actually could generate probably 300 to 400 trips a day with different other industrial uses. So Mr. Hercules is going to talk about the actual operation of their plants and how low that is. But when we did the original application for this, I worked with Mr. Mike Grunwald, who was the previous city's traffic engineer, and Mike determined that we didn't even need to do a traffic study because the trips were so low. Hargrove grade was set up to be an industrial area. That was put in there, and all of that zoned industrial for industrial uses just like this. And the traffic was accounted for. The roadway has a very beefed up section for heavy trucks. There's semi trucks that come in there, all kinds of delivery trucks, et cetera, et cetera. So the traffic is low. In fact, Mr. Hercules is going to even say I think it's like 1 every 7 or 10 minutes, one trip, which is like 0. If you're like sitting there waiting for a truck to come by, it's pretty low. And the roadways are plenty wide enough. These concrete trucks go down residential neighborhoods just like everywhere else because they're delivering concrete for new housing and all the other things that happen with any kind of development or streets or roadways and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully, I'm going to obviously be here to answer any questions along those lines, but I'm going to allow Mr. Hercules to come up because he's really the expert, and I just want to get out of his way and let him shine for you. Yes, sir.
Mayor and Council, my name is Brian Hercules. I'm the land manager and business development manager for SRM Concrete Hauling Skid Materials. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here tonight and represent our company and our desire to do business in your community. A couple of things real quick that I wanted to point out. The misrepresentation of a couple of numbers that I've heard coming through the channel here. You talked about 1,400 plants. We're actually the largest concrete producer in the United States today as far as patch. There are companies larger than us, I won't name those, that have an international presence, but as a U.S. family-owned business, we are the largest. but we only operate about 600 plants in 23 states, not 1,400. The other thing that was mentioned on the jobs, I did respond to an email, I guess, to you today. What I gave him is our startup number. We anticipate a startup of about 10 to 12 people at this plant. Our average salaries in the plant are $75,000 to $100,000 plus benefits. As we grow that business as a startup business starting new, we would anticipate getting somewhere to 18 to 20 jobs. That's kind of a peak number for us on one of the plant operations. So I've got a presentation here that if I could get this. So let me start right there with our products. We're in the concrete batch business. We're in the pump business of concrete. We're in a block business. We actually build blocks. We have a couple of block plants. And then we're also in the aggregates business. When we talk about aggregates, that's quarries. We own 27 or 28 quarries today that we supply our own rock, sand, those type of materials. The next, the value of a plant. When you look at an average plant, we'll be putting a Stevens plant here, a new Stevens plant. That's an investment between the plant itself and the batch house that we'll build somewhere between $12 and $15 million. Then you take into consideration the cost of the land. That's going to put us at $18 to $20 million in the investment just in the plant here on your location. We talked about some other expenses. We'll then invest about $7 to $8 million in equipment. That'll be the cement trucks, a loader, those kind of things on the site that will be added to that. I talked about the jobs, somewhere between 20 and 30 is our average on some of our larger plants, and then the salary range. Next, sustainability, that's very important to us. And I'll get into some of the information as I get into this presentation and answer some of the questions you had about sustainability, but water conservation is very big for us. We use state-of-the-art dust suppression, and we're going to talk about some things tonight, and I'll show you the equipment and the numbers that comes from the manufacturer. I didn't make these up. They're not going to represent a satisfaction to a lot of people, but these are real numbers. We do not waste concrete, and I'll talk about that in just a little bit if you'll go back just a minute. You know, we put a mix in a truck. We fill a truck up with sand, gravel, cement mix. It's called a mixer truck for a reason. As it goes down the road, we're actually mixing that concrete to a level of different, there's 1,800 different recipes for concrete, depending on the type of pour. If you're pouring a DIY Saturday morning basketball court in somebody's backyard, you're going to use a 3,000 PSI with a 5 slump. If I'm pouring a bridge over the canals, I'm going to be pouring at an 8 slump with probably a 5,000 to 6,000 PSI type concrete. So there's 1,800 different recipes. But that truck is actually mixing that mix as it goes down the road based on the functionality of the concrete. The other thing that I would say here, and I've heard you talk about the plant next to us, there are no toxic chemicals on our site whatsoever. Everything we use is organic. It's sand, gravel, cement, water. Anything where there's no chemicals involved in our process whatsoever. Now, there's a lot of misconception between what a batch plant is and what a cement plant is. I think you have some history with a cement plant a few years ago down the road. I would tell you if I was here representing a cement plant, run me out of town. Concrete batch is a whole different process. So we are very diligent on our sustainability. But if you order 5 yards of concrete on Saturday morning, we come out to pour what you think you needed 5 yards for, and we only pour 4 yards. Well, we got a yard of concrete left in that truck we got to do something with. We do not bring it back to the site and stockpile it. You'll notice up here, third photo or what's on your screen, those are molds for what I call those block barriers that you see out on the interstate and stuff. We actually bring that concrete back and pour those. We have some customers that purchase those from us. We also provide them to our local high schools and the local community, the government, those kind of things. If you guys have needs for those, we'll provide those to you. A lot of the high schools like them, help segregate the pedestrian traffic from the car traffic, vehicle traffic, like at the ball fields and that kind of stuff. the kids kind of get a kick out of going out and painting them up with the, the war call for that game and those kind of things.
Jersey barriers?
Yeah,
Something
same
like
thing.
Jersey
Yeah,
barriers?
it's a concrete barrier. We call them blocks. But we make those on site with the leftover concrete and then provide them, like I said, to local government, schools, those kind of things. Next slide. You've already seen this a little bit, kind of where the location is, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on that. But let's go to the next one. On the next one, you'll begin to see kind of where we see the plant. This is the concept. So our nearest building from our proposed site right now is 700 feet. The average distance to any of the buildings within the industrial park are over 2,000 feet. The nearest residential customer is actually 4,000 feet, 3/4 of a mile across US Route 1. So we're keeping distance.
So, sir, that footprint right there, that's gonna be your footprint.
That's the footprint we're looking at. We'll go to the next slide for me real quick. This question was asked, land disturbance, we look to disturb between 5 and 6 acres, and this is what you would see. Our intent is to leave all that natural buffer. Listen, we know there's a value to that buffer for noise and all those kind of things. We do everything we can to build the state-of-the-art plant, but this buffer helps us, helps the community. So we're looking at about 80% of undisturbed use or property at this point, just based on our use.
May I just stop you and ask a
Yes, ma'am.
question? Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Yeah.
This buffer that we're looking at on the west, do you know about how large that is?
Don't know that I have that answer with me, but I can get that answer for you.
And it looks like also the other property has another portion of buffer, so to speak, from their wetlands as well.
Well, in reality, the west is the cul-de-sac, so which?
Right.
So which part
Yeah,
of that
so
are you talking
so
about?
it looks like there's undisturbed land, so you've got your parking lot obviously kind of coning down, narrowing, right? So on either side of that, so on the north of that parking lot and on the south.
We'll have entrance there on that west side as you see into the cul-de-sac. That's the entrance. Those dotted lines are
Mhm.
actually the traffic pattern.
Right, so my question is, to the north and the south of that entrance, do you know what that east-west distance is, where that's undisturbed land?
I'm not sure if I'm following, but it's, the actual plant operations are, it looks like a couple hundred, maybe 200 to 300 feet back into the site.
Okay.
So you have just a driveway in that first part
Mhm.
and some traffic, coming in and out.
So maybe that's a better question. How long is the proposed driveway?
Well, as you can see, it kind of flares out a little bit.
Right.
But the majority of the property, if you went back to my pink site, the majority of the property all around this batch plant is undisturbed.
Mhm.
And so there's lots, you won't be able to see it. It's entirely hidden, except for the driveway, the throat of the driveway looking down that. That's about it.
And then where it says cement silo / truck loading spout, is that's the large silo where the actual batch is?
That's where the cement
Mhm.
is stored. It goes
Okay.
into the truck, and then there's a conveyor that brings the gravel and sand in based on the requirements. Yes, ma'am. But that's the load out for all the materials.
Right.
So when that truck pulls in, there's a chute coming out of the bottom that loads the sand, gravel, and then it loads the cement and then the water. When it goes into that system, there's a gate system that encloses around that loadout to the truck and encloses that. And a vacuum comes on, which is part of that filtration system that I'll show you in a few minutes. And that's where we collect. Listen, there are 2 reasons we do that. One is the dust control. But just to be completely honest with you, if it's going out of that plant in dust, it's lost for me. I want to collect all of that. We recycle that back into the system, and we collect that cement and keep it.
So where this dust collection system is marked on the map, that's where, if you didn't have that dust collection system, that would be where the most particulate matter would be generated in the process.
That
Okay.
and the aggregate storage, and I'm going to talk about that.
And that's on
That's on that left, right below.
the south side, yeah, okay.
Okay, let's go to the next. And this, I just want to give you a couple of facts. Is concrete ready-mix plant the same as a cement plant? I talked about that just a minute ago. It's not. It's completely different. And it talks about what I said as far as the way the trucks are designed and how we batch the concrete. Is there blasting, mining, or crushing of rock on our sites? No. We don't do any of that. We bring in truckloads of aggregate, store it, and then load it into the hopper. Does a ready-mix plant produce a lot of dust? No, but at one time they did. And there may be some others in the community that are older plants that still operate that way. But we're talking about building a brand new state-of-the-art plant with the Stevens equipment, with the dust collection system, and I'm going to talk about how we're going to aggregate the water back into the aggregate piles and those kind of things. Another thing that happened many years ago, if you look at a lot of the old concrete plants, they're built on gravel lots. We actually concrete pave our entire lot. We do that for two reasons. One, to control the water. The other is to control the dust. We clean those on a daily basis. So go to the next page, and this is where I'm going to show you. So if you look at these photos here, you'll see the truck under the loadout. This system, this outlined below there, is the Stevens system for the dust collection. Their specifications, and we've had great success with these, on a standard plant with an 8,000 cubic foot per minute filtration, will collect 99.5% at 0.2 to 2.0 micron. We're collecting 99.995% at 1 micron and above. We have great success with these loadouts. And that's the manufacturer's information. That's not Brian's standard. Okay. Next slide. So a lot of noise generated from a plant, really no different than any other industrial plant. We have probably the biggest nuisance we have is OSHA requires us when our trucks are backing up or the loader's backing up to have that beep, beep, beep like you have on the garbage trucks and the brush trucks and those kind of things around the city. Do we have a worry about contamination of soil and water? Again, I go back to everything that we use. There's no chemicals being used within the process. It's all organic matter. Nuisance lighting. We do not have heavy lighting on our lots. Basically, what we'll do is light up where the trucks park at night. We'll fence the area, but it's just a security system lighting type thing, but it's not, shining, like a star in the sky out here somewhere. So, do the trucks damage the road and leave debris? This is what I understand, and that's one of the reasons we look in the industrial locations. The roads are built to handle the capacity of a truck. Our cement truck loaded is less weight than a 18-wheeler, not by much, to be honest. They are heavy, but it's within the boundaries of normal wear and tear as far as the truck. Leaving debris. I'm going to show you a picture in just a minute. We call it a load and go. As that truck comes out of the loadout chute, the first thing it does is go under a 1,200 PSI drive-through truck wash. We wash that truck completely down before it enters the street. Again, this is something we've been doing now for about 4 years, and you can go to any of our sites that have the load and goes. As you pull out, you don't see dust on the street. The trucks are washed.
May I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
The 5 to 7, one truck every 5 to 7 minutes on a busy day, that's based on how many trucks as far as your operation that's proposed for Palm Coast?
It's the beginning loadout of 6 to 8 trucks. An average truck will run anywhere from 5 to 6 loads a day.
Okay,
so if I have 8 trucks and we run at maximum 8 loads a day, 6 times 8 is 48 times 2 is less than 100 trucks a day.
But you said that's for the beginning. What is the full anticipated loadout?
We anticipate being up, in the next couple of years here because of the growth pattern. Once we establish our business, we would look to have about 12 trucks.
Okay. I went out to your plant in Elkton.
Yes, ma'am.
And I counted 12 trucks out there. Is that about the size of the operation you're thinking about?
Probably.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. About the risk of the chemical spills, again, I go back to, everything we use is organic. We're not using anything that's hazardous material that will have to be dealt with. The next couple of photos will just show you some of the things that we do. So we have these aggregate storage areas where we'll have sand, gravel. We'll have 2 or 3 different kinds of gravel, from pea gravel to 57 to crush run, those kind of things that go in the different mixes. One of the things we do, if we could go to the next slide, please.
One more?
Yeah, go one more. Yeah, go again. So this is the loadout. Talk about the tower. You see the chute where the truck pulls under. We use front load trucks. Goes down into the truck, and then we mix. If you come next slide, this is the load and go. This is where the truck goes through a high pressure wash. Again, I talked about this wash, and I talked about the way we pave all of our pads and everything as far as our yards. So that water then goes to a pit system. I think that's this slide. This is a 4-bay pit system. To kind of help you understand what this is each of those pits are like, if you went behind Walmart and you saw where the trucks back in, it dips down and goes in to unload. That's the way those pits are designed. That first pit on the left, or I'm sorry, on this photo that's on the right, you can kind of see that water is going to that pit. That's what it's designed to do, and we'll take the elevations of the concrete and maneuver that water to that site. In that first pit, that water will sit there. The heavies will settle down. Then as the water rises, it'll ease over the weir into the next pit. And it basically does the same thing. Each pit allows that water to settle out the heavies being gravel, sand, those kind of things. When it gets to that 4th pit, basically what you have is gray water. We take that water, we do not release any water off of our site. That water is important to us. We pull that water back and we put it back through the load and go. We also take it over to the aggregate pits, and each aggregate pit will have a sprinkler system built into it, where when aggregates come in, we wet it down to keep the dust from being there. Unlike asphalt, where you can't use wet materials, it doesn't hurt us. So we keep as much as we can all those aggregate bins wet, so we don't have dust issues. Again, it comes through, it processes, and we recycle it. So we recycle a lot of that water. When those pits get full, very easy. You take the loader, you go in, you scoop it out, and you haul it away to, we have some folks that want us to take it out, fill up sinkholes, those kind of things, but we can take it to the waste if we need. So, we're very conscious about that. We keep the concrete pretty wet on our site just to keep the dust. Go back just a minute, and if there was other pictures here that you had any questions about. So what happens is the aggregate bins, we load up into a hopper that goes up the elevator there into that aggregate bin. That aggregate bin, if you look down in it, would basically have 4 sections. One's got sand, one's got a certain type of rock, those kind of things. And then based on the batch house telling that truck what it's going to put in there, it would then disperse out of that aggregate bin into the hopper. You see the dust collector that's mounted there next to it. Just go forward. Go ahead and go forward. So one more. So this is a typical batch house. We build brick facilities. That's what we'd be putting here. We don't have a large footprint from the standpoint of the building itself. It's about 800 square foot. The top floor is the batch office where they take the calls. They put that into the computer. When that truck pulls under, they know what load's going into that truck, and they dispense the materials based on that load requirement. If it's 2 yards or 10 yards. Fills the truck up, it goes through the load and go and out. The downstairs basically is just a break room for our drivers. Most of them don't use the break room very often. It's basically they come in to go to work, they get in the truck, and they get paid by making loads. So they're going to get in the truck, and a lot of times they're going to stop at Quick Sack or wherever, and they'll get a sandwich, something, use the restroom, grab a Coke, whatever. But Basically, what you have is that you'll have the dispatcher and batch operator in the top floor. You'll have a site manager. You'll have a yard man that's running the loader, keeping everything full. And then you'll have those 6 to 8 drivers. And that's where I talked about 10 employees to start with, and we'll grow that. When we grow that, it will be in the driver. That's what we'll be doing. Okay. There you see some of our trucks. That's one of our bigger yards. That shows you the plant. That's one of our new plants. That's exactly what you would see here as far as the configuration. So I hope I've answered some of your questions. I do appreciate the opportunity to come and represent our company. Again, I would tell you we are very excited about being able to be in business and be a business partner. I would dare you to call any of the communities we work in, the local governments. We're pretty good friends of the local government from the standpoint of doing things back to our community. We do not want to just come in and be another company. We want to be a community partner. And that's the reputation that SRM has.
Sir, does your company have contracts with Florida Department of Transportation?
We will, from time to time. We do have some of those type things. And, you know, every once in a while you'll get one of those contracts where they've got an overnight pour. We would typically call the town manager, tell them what the situation is. Most of the time, those contracts are within a window of time. We would let the community know if we have a contract that requires with FDOT or whatever state we're in to produce concrete on that overnight. But we would make sure to communicate that with you.
So are you aware of the loop road that's going in out on the west side? Are you aware of that? Do you guys work on projects like that?
We don't do a lot of roads. Most of the time we get involved in dams and bridges. But I'm not gonna say we haven't done some roads, but is that
We're gonna have the loop road that runs out west between, it's gonna be.
I know where it comes out on Highway 1 there in south of Bunnell, going down towards.
No, that's on our north end.
Okay.
Matanzas Woods.
Okay.
Out west and back around the Palm Coast Parkway.
Okay.
I didn't know if you worked those. Yeah, it does. It comes in on his west side, right?
Okay.
Southwest side. South side.
I won't tell our salesman about that right now.
Yes, sir. Anyone else on the council have any questions? You got anything else, Mr. Hanson?
I have a couple questions. I'm sorry, Mary. I didn't want to cut anybody else off. Your ingress and your egress, so you showed a picture of the cul-de-sac. Do you all have any reservations about sharing that one ingress and egress with quite a few other businesses? And I ask that because in your St. Augustine plant and your Elkton plant, at Elkton, you've got, I think it's a 4-lane ingress and egress, and that's an industrial 2 park. It's got even a median in the middle, lots of space. I think even one of the plants that I saw on the right side going in looked to be semi-trucks loading and unloading, so it's built for that. In St. Augustine, you come off of a main road, but your ingress and egress is also a cement path. It's only you guys. You're not sharing it with anybody else. With our businesses coming off of Hardgrove grade, and then specifically these warehouses that are to your west on Hardgrove Lane, there's a lot of other businesses there. I mean, do you all anticipate issues?
I have more plants in this scenario than I do in the ones you've seen. You know, yeah, if we have the opportunity to be in a larger opening like that, absolutely, you know, something we look at. But of the 570-something plants we have operating today, I have several that are on a 2-lane road, 1.5 miles back off the main road. You know, it's not uncommon, so it's not a problem for us.
What is your experience as far as when you start to see the necessity to improve those roads? Because I also have a concern, as you pointed out, these are heavy trucks. You are planning on growing. Do you have any timelines or any examples of when you've had to improve roads due to coming and going so often with these heavy trucks?
Not really. On an industrial road, typically we do not see those kind of things. The few times that we've had road issues, it's been about putting a decel lane off of a 4-lane going into our plant or something like that, but have not had experienced the requirement to upgrade roads.
Okay, and when will you all be running the water to keep the aggregate wet? When does the majority of that happen?
Basically, the water keeping the aggregate wet, we'll run that a good portion of the day, but that's recycled water. That's not coming out of the 10,000 gallons that we talked about.
So that pool, when does the majority of that pool come out?
We can do it at different times. What we'll basically do is put a 10,000 gallon storage tank on site. We'll fill that. We'll work. I don't think there's going to be any issues. We've had those conversations with the engineer about drawing water. We don't have a problem moving our well to the north side. That's not an issue for us. If there is an issue of water draw based on capacity, as far as the use of the city and stuff, we can work around that. We can fill that tank late at night. We can fill it during the day. That's not an issue.
Okay.
I know 10,000 gallons and even 14,000 gallons sounds like a lot of water, but in proportion to a standard industry, that's a drop in the bucket.
Well, a luxury car place wouldn't use that. So that's what I'm comparing it to, is what's the current use versus what you all will be using. And so and I got the 14,000 from your backup materials.
I know that.
So yeah. And that was on average. It could be more, it could be less.
That was an average.
Yeah, I pulled the average number, exactly. Are you all under PSA with the condition of the zoning being approved?
We are in a contract with the owner right now based on us achieving zone. Yes.
Got it, okay. And Mr. Henson, this question is for you. Obviously, I know the stage that we're at right now, but oftentimes when we see these things come before us, we do ask whether the applicant is willing to work with city staff to come up with a development order that will set in more stone, no pun intended, the development plan. So when we're looking at what's in front of us right now, coming up with an agreement that says, generally speaking, this is what we will develop, so that we know for compatibility purposes, we know that there will be certain buffers in place, the well will go in a certain location. Have you all discussed that at all?
At this particular time, as the rezoning is kind of conceptual nature, we haven't. However, this application, once it goes to rezoning, as I mentioned, we'll have to come through technical site plan. Our review staff has a substantial amount of experience, so the landscape buffers are reviewed by our landscape architect. Looking at this plan, I'll actually be reviewing it as well from a planning perspective. So one of the comments that I'll be making is making sure that we have adequate parking on site for the proposed use, and ensuring that there's ADA compliance interconnectivity within the site, ensuring that we have an adequate auto turn exhibit for our largest fire apparatus to safely navigate the site. So our staff is very detail oriented when it comes to these technical reviews for any kind of application. We have a comment process for our response. We get comments out to an applicant for a technical site plan for a first review within 15 days. They make a response to our comments and change the plans from there to make sure that they're meeting our requirements for our comprehensive plan, our land development code. As I mentioned, the Florida Fire Prevention Code, our landscape requirements, and pretty much every other standard that we can, no pun intended, but to throw the kitchen sink at them to make sure that they're meeting all the compliance requirements that we have for them.
No, and I appreciate that. I have two concerns, though. One, from a legal standpoint, we have technical requirements. I'm asking them to go above and beyond those in order to be more compatible with the surrounding businesses. So from a legal standpoint, we can only hold you guys to so much, you know that. I'm curious as to whether or not there's a willingness to say, this is what you see, this is a nice picture, but we are committed to doing something substantially similar to this, what we're looking at right now.
That is our intent.
Okay. And then, sorry, the second question. Oh, from the new legislation that's been passed, this final site plan, because of that, would not come back before this council, correct?
So the legislation that you're referring to, if I'm not mistaken, was Senate Bill 784 that that talks about platting. So technical site plan application isn't covered by that particular legislation. So the way our land development code works, we have site plans in a tiered system between minor, moderate, or major tier applications. So an application that is under 40,000 square feet has a administrative approval with the land use administrator as approving authority after all our comments that we have are met. Between 40,000 and 99,999, the approval authority is the planning board. And for major applications, for site plan applications, or for 100,000 square feet or larger, your city council here is the approval authority on those applications. So depending on the scale of the application when we review it, this particular application may come back before this body or could come back before the planning board for approval, or if it's under 40,000 square feet, it would go through our administrative review process.
Sir, do you know what this footprint is? How many square feet roughly?
It's about 4.5 acres.
Quick and dirty math for me.
Acres, 43,560 square feet.
Thank you. I'm a lawyer, I don't do numbers. Okay, so it would probably come back before us.
Based on 4.5 acres, if that's what Mr. Hercules is saying, it should then theoretically qualify as a major application, which would come before the council.
Okay, thank you.
And listen, I do this every day now for the last 18 months. This is what I do. I'll be in another city tomorrow talking about a plant in South Georgia. We haven't found a place we can't work together because we want to work with you. I would be cautionary to say, this is a 36-acre tract of land that we're investing in. We're gonna develop about 5 acres of this land right now. I don't have a problem working with you on buffers. Even like the entrance to the drive, if it's better to angle that more to the center to give a direct line of vision, that makes you feel better about it. We're capable of doing those kind of things. I do not want to get in a situation, though, that I limit my other growth opportunities on that site with something that would be compatible with the surrounding area. I told you we're in the block business. You may want to put a warehouse with block. Have no intention of that today, but I don't want to buy some very high dollar land and limit myself to 30 acres of my property I have no control over. I mean, I hope you can understand what I'm saying. I want to work with you. Very important to us to leave the buffers. We understand the wetlands. We understand the floodplain. We do that everywhere. We understand landscape. I'm planting 125 trees on the site just outside of Atlanta in the next couple of weeks. We can work around it. And we're going to come to the table in good faith. I promise. Our company has a reputation of that.
Thank you for answering the questions. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further discussion from the council? You got anything else, Mr. Hanson?
No, sir.
Can we get a motion? No, we don't. We have to go through a motion and discussion before any comment. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of this agenda item with the caveat of unless Vice Mayor, you've got clarification on the 10 to 14,000 gallons on the water use and the impact of that. There wasn't 100%.
That'll be clarified coming back to second reading.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
We got
All right, so you've got that for action.
Yeah, I have that note. I'll verify with our hydrogeologist if it's 14,000 and what kind of comment that they would have for it.
I'd also like the Vice Mayor's questions about the distance. So based on the proposed site plan, right, maybe like those north and south and west bounds, I know it's angled, so maybe what it is at the top versus the bottom as far as how far it goes to the next building, so to speak, of undisturbed land.
I will scale the plans and get those measurements for the second read for you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. So again, I move approval of application number 6253.
We got a motion to approve.
Second for the first read.
We got a second. Any further discussion from the city council? No further discussion from the city council. We'll open this item up for discussion to the public. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Carroll.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
so I know we have a lot of crowd here for this agenda. I think it'd be good to give them a friendly reminder of all comments are addressing to the city council, not to the applicant. And at the end, if there are any questions that need to be answered, the city council will try to answer those questions.
Okay, so all questions will be addressed to the city council, not the applicant or Mr. Hanson, and we'll follow up after the public comment. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Carroll.
Yes, Carol Stoughton. I'm not here to douse this project, but how are they gonna travel? Are they gonna be traveling on Palm Coast Parkway and Beltier Parkway? And how are the materials going to get into the plant to make the concrete besides the sand? That's another company and more trucks coming in to help make their cement. Also, is there gonna be storage of gasoline out there for their trucks? And will that be a worry because of the fact that it's out in all the woods? And I just want to know, did developers request that they come here? I just wanted to know because it sounds like it's another development project because we're going to have the concrete. Thank you. Oh, and the aquifer, I guess they're going to build a well to supply the water. There's a lot to think about here. Is it near our aquifer? And is the fire company going to be able to help them out there if need be that there is a fire because of maybe storage of gasoline? And that's my comment.
Thank you, ma'am, Ms. Fair. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Renee Hunter, and I'm representing Auto House of Palm Coast, located at 15 Hargrove Lane. We specialize in German auto repair, high-end vehicles. I'm here today to oppose the proposed rezoning of the parcels within the light industrial district near Hargrove Grade and Hargrove Lane to a heavy industrial 2. There is a difference. While I support responsible growth, this proposal is incompatible with character and function of the existing businesses that are already there. This proposal came to you without a recommendation, highlighting serious doubts and concerns about its appropriateness for that area. Zoning compatibility matters. Light Industrial 1 zones are designed for low-impact operations, small-scale manufacturing, warehouses, and distribution, with minimal environmental and infrastructure strain. Heavy Industrial 2, by contrast, permits high-intensity activities like chemical processing, large-scale manufacturing, and operations involving hazardous materials. These uses demand significantly more energy, more space, more infrastructure, and often generate noise pollution and traffic that are unsuitable near thriving light industrial 1 businesses. Impact on existing businesses currently zoned light industrial are a network of businesses who have been successful based on the predictability and the compatibility of their environment. Introducing heavy industrial 2 to this area would disrupt balance, potentially lowering property values and creating operational conflicts, and a very real possibility of financial ruin for many. Heavy Industrial 2 requires robust infrastructure, reinforced roads, and frequent semi-truck traffic, specialized drainage systems, and emergency access routes. Additionally, the presence of hazmat materials would necessitate a dedicated hazmat team, which comes along with a significant cost and logistical planning. Environmentally, the area includes 2 city wells. Sludge runoff from Heavy Industrial 2 operations, especially during rain events, poses a threat to groundwater quality and public health. Contaminants like PFAs and other industry byproducts can persist for decades and are costly to remediate. I urge the council to consider the long-term consequences of this rezoning. Nothing against the concrete plant, the rezoning to a heavy 2. That is not compatible with the light industry of the light 1 that's now currently in place. The ones that are currently bringing in tax dollars, the ones currently employing hundreds of people in that area. Safety and sustainability of our community is paramount. I thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Jeff Knapp. I am the owner of Encompass Enclosures. We're a screen enclosure company that's been serving Palm Coast and Flagler County for over 20 years. We are located at 15 Hargrove Lane, Unit 6D and C. We've been there since 2014. My fellow business owners here tonight will lay out many reasons why this rezoning will have a negative impact on our businesses, all of which I share with them, but I would like to use my 3 minutes to point out the negative impact this proposal will have on the city itself, in specific in the area of pollution. This is a rezoning. Concrete plant is one thing, but that concrete plant can go away and anything else can come in its place. The purpose of Industrial 2, as defined by Chapter 3, Section 3.03.01D in the Palm Coast Land Development Code states, the purpose of Industrial 2, Heavy Industrial District, is to permit a wide range of intensive industrial uses, which include but are not limited to those that are major users of water, produce great amounts of hazardous and regulated waste, storage of significant amounts of chemicals, produce air emissions, or substantially impact the landscape through mining and soil extraction. This district utilizes performance standards to ensure the impacts are controlled to protect public health and safety and welfare. Though I'm not denying that we need Industrial 2. We need lots of industrial in Palm Coast. But our Hargrove Industrial plant, or Hargrove Industrial, is at the top of the St. Joe Canal drainage system. All stormwater in Hargrove flows into this system. Any and all pollution that escapes from an Industrial 2 facility onto the ground will be carried through this canal system, affecting a significant number of Palm Coast residents' health and welfare. I gave you guys this packet. If you turn to page 4, I've mapped out the path that all storm runoff takes through the St. Joe Canal. Goes through the W section, through the P section, ends up in Graham Swamp. We currently do not have a hazmat team in Flagler County. The closest one is St. Johns County. After that, it's Orlando. In addition to the environmental impacts of the potentially high pollution zone district on top of the citywide drainage system, there are also the 2 city wells supplying drinking water to the residents of Palm Coast, adjacent to the property lines, as we saw in the previous demonstration. The second map, which we've already mapped out on the previous ones, but I included the map in my packet also, showing where the wellheads and everything are. So this, if anything happens here, it could be a catastrophe for Palm Coast.
Thank you, sir.
Any industrial too in Hargrove.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Andrea, and I am located in the Hargrove at 15 Hargrove Lane as well, Unit 1G. We are a small company, and we do employ many locally employed here. I am here tonight to speak in opposition to the proposed rezoning, not so much as a concrete plant, but the rezoning of the industrial park. This shift would represent a substantial escalation in the intensity of use, and it introduces serious concerns regarding compatibility with the surrounding existing community. As we all know, Light 1 zoning was established years ago with a focus on low-impact operations, those that minimize noise, vibrations, and hazardous materials. The light warehousing and industrial have minimal offset impacts. In contrast, the Heavy 2 industrial would allow for a wider range of more intense uses, including those that may have a greater potential for environmental impact, such as heavier activities, heavier equipment, larger trucks, chemical processes, the airborne particulates, all of which pose real risks to the nearby residents and businesses. Studies have shown that prolonged exposure to the vibrations from heavy truck traffic can damage infrastructure, reduce property values, and impact human health. The introduction of volatile chemicals and particulates further compounds these concerns, threatening air quality and creating long-term environmental consequences. This is not a case of gradual industrial growth. It's an abrupt intensification with incompatible effects. We all at Hargrove agree about the importance of industry. The determination of whether heavy or light industrial is appropriate for an area is refined in zoning map based on potential impact on surrounded lands. This shift in zoning would impact our established businesses. We urge you to protect our community's safety, health, and our livability by maintaining the current zoning in all of Hargrove and rejecting this and any other proposal to change to heavy industrial too. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jason Pavlo. I'm a business owner in Hargrove. I've been there 10 years now. I'm in the swimming pool industry, and that obviously includes concrete and water. So I'm very familiar with this whole topic in that sense. The traffic that's involved with moving concrete is immense. Their own picture that was illustrated up here showed our little cul-de-sac completely full of cars, literally full of cars. And there's, you know, we're talking about the business owners, the employees, everybody who's impacted by this potential project. And nothing against the concrete plant. Matter of fact, I've bought concrete from their company before. But ultimately, it's something that is going to be a detriment to our area. And it's not zoned this particular way for a reason. And I really, really oppose changing what we've all purchased for our futures, our employees' futures. Everything that we've worked for is and was basically set up on the premise of how this is zoned. We all want more for our community. We appreciate businesses. Everybody, you know, uses concrete. So it really doesn't have anything to do with them. It has to do with everything else that the rezoning is going to bring. Behind concrete trucks trying to leave, has anybody ever been stuck behind a concrete truck? I mean, you know, there is debris coming off of there. There's hydraulic spills. There's oils. All the you know, they're going to wash it down every day. Where does that hydraulic fluid go? Where does that oil go? Where does that fuel go? You have concrete dust. You can do every study in the world. That concrete falls off, it dries, it produces dust. People run over it. They get chunks up on their vehicles. I mean, there's so much involved with the concrete plant itself. But ultimately, this would open the door to many other negatives as far as I'm concerned with our little community located in Hargrove. So with that, I urge you to not go through with this rezoning. It's an important scenario. There's other parcels of land that could be rezoned away from residents. There are residents right on Otis, Otis Stonehunter, I think it is, right there. You know, so there's a lot of things developing, we understand, but I urge you to say no to this. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. My name is Brett Snyder. I represent my family's business, Arctic Breeze Air Conditioning. We're at 15 Hargrove. We've been in that industrial complex since 2006. We built there. We've expanded there 4 different times. As our business has grown, we are probably one of the largest employers in there, employing right about 30 people. And we are obviously against this. Traffic-wise, the one thing, Vice Mayor, you've driven down Hargrove Grade. You know that that road has been patched many, many times. It floods all the time when it rains. And trying to go further down the dirt road, our trucks can't go down that dirt road. It rains, they get stuck. That is not an exit road for us. So when we're dealing with heavy usage of concrete trucks that are going to be going in and out on the average of, 7 minutes? That's a lot of high traffic on roads that look like they need to be repaired. In fact, there is a chunk of concrete that fell about 4 years ago that we have to drive around every single day so we don't mess up our cars. We're dealing with this already. Not only am I speaking on behalf of a business on 15 Hargrove Lane, I also own personally 9 Hargrove Lane, right across from St. Joe's Canal. And I've already had 1 TRX review. So I'm in the process of putting light industrial units. Up to about 20 units can be in there. If you go on the average of how many people work in a unit where we are, we're talking 3 or 4 jobs. So in the area where I am trying to build, I am looking at hopefully 50 jobs. That's way more than they're proposing on a much smaller scale and with a lot less environmental damage to our community. We do not want to see this high usage trucks coming in and out of our community where we're already struggling with the road as it is, trucks that come in and out as it is, and just our personal vehicles, our work vehicles going in and out of this area. It's already difficult as it is dealing with the traffic that is already there, especially the higher times of the day, that being between 7 and 9 in the morning and roughly between 4 and 6 in the afternoon. So we're asking that you please oppose this rezoning. Keep it the way that it is designed to be, that businesses like ours can come into, realize their dreams, grow their businesses, and feel that the city has their back. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Keith Larrett. I'm the owner of 2 units at 15 Hargrove Lane that we purchased about 10 years ago. We bought into this property because of its curb appeal, location, and the protections offered by its Industrial 1 zoning. Since then, our complex has thrived. We've maintained an occupancy rate near 100% for the past decade. When a unit becomes available, it's rented or purchased quickly. That tells us something very important. The real need in this area isn't for heavy industrial uses, it's for more high-quality, flexible spaces like ours, which support a wide range of small and mid-sized businesses. The proposed rezoning from Industrial 1 to Industrial 2 to allow a concrete manufacturing plant puts all of that at risk. This one business may promise employment for 20 to 30 people, but within our industrial condominium alone, there are approximately 30 businesses employing well over 150 people. Prioritizing one business at the expense of many others doesn't serve the broader economic interest of the area. This rezoning would not only reduce our property values, but it would also diminish the viability of a successful and fully utilized light industrial hub. Worse, it would set a precedent. We're already seeing another rezoning process for another concrete plant beginning further down the road. If this trend continues, our industrial condominium will become an island of Industrial 1, surrounded by heavier, noisier, and more disruptive Industrial 2 operations. Instead of rezoning this property for heavier use, let's look at what the data shows. Spaces like ours are in demand, fully occupied, and fostering diverse, sustainable employment. Keeping this property zoned as Industrial 1, ideally to support a development similar to ours, could bring in even more jobs and long-term value to the community. I respectfully urge the council to reject this rezoning and protect the integrity of the existing industrial landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Ken Moscone. I've been a business owner here in Flagler County since 2008, purchasing my unit over at 15 Hargrove Lane back in 2019. I selected that area because it was light industrial that coincided with my business. I own an insurance agency, is right next door to Auto House, who repairs luxury automobiles. So kind of go hand in hand, as do a lot of the businesses there. I did print this out. I was going to really kind of focus on, you know, the aspect of getting in and out of there. I tried going down that dirt road. It took me 20 minutes to get from my office back to Palm Coast Parkway, which is where I was trying to go, just to kind of see what it was like. I think I lost a couple fillings driving through there because the rattling. I was in a Jeep Wrangler. I mean, it's designed to be off-road. None of my customers would ever have to go back there. They would never drive back there in the event of an emergency or anything like that. It's already difficult at times to get past the exit of Hargrove. So if you look at the first picture that I printed out, that is the main way in and out. As big trucks that have to go back there have to cross the southbound lane of US 1, it creates a bottleneck there right now without, you know, the amount of trucks that not only this plant, but whatever else is going to be rezoned as Industrial 2 over there, because as the speaker before me mentioned, there's already an application to get that one rezoned. There's a lot of undeveloped land over there. And I just did a quick search after somebody said, well, it's already there. Actually, you know, I pulled up the property appraiser site for the 4 buildings that are south. Nothing is zoned that. And it's a pretty, you know, pretty simple. Pretty simple search. So either they're operating in an area where they're not intended to, or something's going on, because that, if you take 71, which is Sunbelt, just to go back to somebody's question of how long it's been there, that building was built in 1984, and the zoning for it is light manufacturing. You go to the next one, which is that D3 LLC, which address is 25 Railside Way. That's the newest building that's been constructed down there. It was built in 2021. The zoning for that is flex space. And if you go over to that other, I think it was a construction, somebody said that they've seen construction trucks and stuff like that. I have to guess it's this one, ACCI Ventures, 77 Hargrove Grade. That one was built in 1984, light manufacturing. There's nothing over there zone that.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, and thanks for being here. I'm Steve Parrish. I'm Hargrove Lane as well, Unit 1A. I'm also on the board of directors of the Palm Coast Commercial Industrial Center. I represent the owners of 68 units in the industrial center. All the folks who have spoken tonight, including myself, we're not used to doing this, yet we all feel so strongly about the rezoning that we're here. We're carpenters, cabinet builders, AC companies, custom woodworkers, electricians, auto mechanics, pool builders, landscapers, bakers, window tinters. There's even a church in the back there that was put in there when it was built. We're a group of small businesses that collectively employ from 120 to 150 people. We are the American dream. We've spent 20 years building our businesses. We all bought into this light industrial area, one of the few in Palm Coast. We follow the rules with our trees and our grassy islands that take up our parking spots. We always keep it maintained and presentable. We didn't buy in the other areas out in the county zoned industrial we didn't want that. We wanted shops that were inviting to our clientele. The people who have spoke already, and I see after me, brought up all the points that make the change of zoning detrimental to our businesses. The infrastructure, the roadways, the water use, the air quality, the noise, and most important, setting the precedent to change more of the surrounding properties to industrial too. That opens the door for a huge change in the area, and what else is included in industrial too, from junkyards to adult entertainment I see in the paper. We didn't buy next to a landfill and complain about the smell. Quite the opposite. We built our businesses, our livelihoods over the last 15 to 20 years in this area. The proposed plant on 36 acres is not only a burden to the infrastructure, but will only employ about 40 people, which I found out is less, some of which will be brought in from outside the community. We're 26 acres with about 30 established businesses, like Keith said, who we employ 120 people who live in our community. We all agree about the need for more industry, but please don't hurt the industry we already have. Turning that land into mixed use over there would benefit the area greatly, maybe employ another 120 people. So we hope the council sees the zoning change as detrimental to the surrounding properties, which is on the criteria list for rejecting. We appreciate everything you've done, and I know some people have gone out and checked out the sites. We keep our place spotless. That's what we like to have in our city. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Jeannie Duarte. I'm concerned about the one truck per every 10 minutes, the weight of the trucks and the noise that would cause on our, and the weight on the roadways is just not gonna, the roads are not gonna sustain that. And the use of unreasonable hazards, these are actually low-paying jobs with high risk, health risk to people, animals, and the environment. And you use the statement of, it's unlike to impose a significant financial liability for the city. That statement is unacceptable. We already have water usage problems and drainage problems. I'm very familiar with the cement plants. The particles get airborne. They land in the nearby lands and contaminate our water and land resources. You say you have several recipes, though you offer only a few organic ingredients. Organic doesn't mean safe. Organic can be poisonous. You claim that you clean your driveways daily and you wash your trucks before they hit the roads. Well, that admits that your product escapes. I was going to suggest Benel, but I wouldn't want that around our agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Darlene Shelley, K-Section, Palm Coast. Like I've said over and over again, compatibility matters. And will this zone change have a negative effect on the safety, health, and welfare of the local residents and the local businesses and the folks that they employ? The applicant did not mention the number of incoming trucks full of sand and aggregate, flatbeds full of pallets of fuel, or the combined numbers factoring in all of those types of operations that are required for a heavy industrial use like a concrete batch plant. I just did a quick AI search asking are there toxic chemicals in concrete? And yes, especially during production and handling, including batching process, can involve several substances that pose health risks and can be considered toxic if proper precautions are not taken. Some of the hazardous concrete has silica in it. Silica is a component of sand. Concrete and cement dust, silica, if it's inhaled, can lead to serious lung diseases, scarring of the lungs, chronic pulmonary disease, COPD, lung cancer. The alkaline components are very hazardous and can cause irritation and chemical burns. Heavy metals, chromium, and hexavalent chromium. Trace amounts may be present in cement due to its impurities and raw materials. It's a known carcinogen and can cause all kinds of respiratory and asthma. This leaches out of the piles of aggregates and sand, whether it's an organic item or not. Our water is precious and our aquifer is precious. We have 2 wellheads in close proximity to this that may, and that's unacceptable, be affected by the water drawn from this proposed well. It's not necessary. It's a threat to the local businesses and residents. They're here to tell you that. It's a known fact. Concrete has toxic chemicals in it, just like airplane emissions have lead in them when they're single piston. It's non-negotiable, and our water supplies are far too valuable to have them soiled by this for no reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shea. Any further public comments? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Anyone? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hanson, we asked a question early on about the Sunbelt facility and whether or not it was zoned industrial too. There was a gentleman that came up and spoke and said, property appraiser's website doesn't say that. Can you clarify for us?
Yes, sir. So the speaker, I imagine, was looking at the property appraiser's website, which has use types assigned from the property appraiser, which do not necessarily match up with the city's adopted zoning districts that we have. Those particular properties that we talked about for Sunbelt and that Ace Construction are zoned heavy industrial per the city's adopted zoning districts that are consistent with that industrial future land use. So to verify, I would imagine just pulling up those particular parcels in the property appraiser's website would have that use type for, like, what he mentioned is light industrial or flex space, depending on the actual use that the property appraiser is assessing the property on.
Okay, so the property appraiser's website is wrong based on our code?
It's not wrong for the property appraiser's perspective. That's based on how they assess the properties for ad valorem taxes and their processes. It's not reflective of the city's actual zoning districts that we have assigned.
Councilman, can I just jump in to kind
Yeah,
of help
please.
out? Yeah, because I pulled this up. So I'm on the property appraiser's website, and when you pull it up, there's a bunch of drop downs on the left-hand column, so you can choose different ways to look at the map. The default is to go to what are called class codes. If you do a drop down and you click on Palm Coast zoning, it then does an overlay that shows you the actual zoning. And if you look, those two parcels in the back where Sunbelt is, those are in fact zoned industrial 2. You can see everything surrounding is zoned industrial 1. And then if you go to the east a little bit, you see 2 MPDs.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. That's it, Mr. Mayor, I want to have a discussion here to see
Thank
where
you,
we're
sir.
at.
Anyone else have any discussion?
Okay, so I'll jump in. I'm looking at LDC section 2.06.03, which is the criteria analysis that we have to look at as council from a legal standpoint to determine whether or not we are going to grant the rezoning application. And there are 7 criteria. I have a really big issue with 3 of them. The first is its impact on the economy of any affected area. I have to say that's probably my biggest concern. If you look in the backup materials, at least 53 businesses were notified of the public meetings that had to occur beforehand. That means there's at least 53 businesses that would be affected by this. We heard one of the speakers say there were more units, I think in the 60s, just off of, I believe, Hargrove Lane alone. So when we look at the impact on the economy of the affected area, the gentleman from Arctic Breeze said that he's looking to build light industrial just, on Hargrove grade as well. So yes, I agree that this one development could provide economic vitality, but at what cost? Are we sacrificing other current businesses and maybe future expansion or future businesses from these same business owners by allowing this one type of use? And I really want to get away from focusing on this as a cement plant for 2 reasons. 1, I don't think we can consider that at this stage. But 2, I've been out to your plants. I think you do have a clean operation. So I don't want this to be a negative light on you, sir, or your company. And by the way, your gentleman at your St. Augustine plant, he was driving out a truck while I was taking pictures, and he was very kind. So I don't want this to be a negative slight at you or your business or your model. I think we really have to look at this as an industrial 2 rezoning and what that means for the surrounding businesses that are already established and have been established, some of them for 2 decades. Additionally, I agree with one of the speakers that we could be setting a very dangerous precedent. It will be that much harder to say no to the next one, which, by the way, is on the heels of this one. They're going before planning board tomorrow. And I believe they're asking for a rezoning of the parcels that are closer back to those already industrial 2 zoned properties, which in my mind is a little bit more compatible because you're away from some of these other businesses that are already established. So, but if we say yes to this one, it is going to be that much harder because now you're making the argument that, oh, well, like you all have made here today, we already have industrial 2, therefore it's already somewhat compatible. That is a slippery slope. If we now allow more industrial 2 in where we have already allowed light industrial, we are getting away from the original intent of this industrial park, and I'm concerned about that. So that's the first criteria that I have a really big concern about. If you look at the 5th item that we have to consider, any changes in the circumstances or conditions affecting the area. We're looking at this affecting the roads. I did have a question about flooding, Mr. Hanson, but we can talk about that later because I think that that's a deeper discussion. But also the traffic. And I don't mean the traffic so much with regards to the amount of trucks, but the amount in conjunction with the weight and the condition of the roads, the quicker deterioration that this could cause. And I do think that that's something that we should be concerned about. And then The sixth item or criteria that we have to consider is compatibility with proximate uses and development patterns, including impacts to the health, safety, and welfare of surrounding residents. And I know it says the residents, but I'm going to talk about the other businesses because I do believe that this is not compatible with the surrounding businesses that are currently in that industrial park. And when I say this is not compatible, I specifically mean all of the different uses for industrial 2. If you look at industrial 2, there are all types of things that can be used, like chemical or developed like chemical plants. And the problem is, if you only look at this in a vacuum and you say, well, this is just going to be a cement batch plant, it's not that bad. But you can't look at it like that. We have to look at it as an industrial 2 use, and what else are in the industrial 2 uses, and are all of those compatible in this industrial park? And the answer is hard no, they are not. So that is what we really have to consider here today. So for that reason, I'm not there on this parcel. Now, I think that there could be things that the developer could do in order to make this more compatible. I don't know what those are at this point because I need to look at the other ingress and egress possibilities, and maybe some more of the buffers. I think there might be things that this developer could do to make this more compatible. But as it sits right now, I don't think that we're there, and so I will be a no on this.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I had a question in regards to if we're going to view this holistically as a zoning change and not what type of intended use it's going to be. In terms of those mitigations that you're talking about, things that they could do to make this more compatible, how can we even consider that if we don't know at this point what will actually be built there, right? What business?
Sure. So I think that when you're looking at some of the commonalities between these uses, you are looking at bigger, heavier trucks. You are looking at emission of a lot more chemicals and things like that. So you're talking about larger buffers. You're talking about more paved roads. You're talking about wider roads. So that's when I say it wouldn't be just unique to this developer. It could be a lot of the different industrial 2 uses.
Anything else?
Sorry, one more thing I do want to point out. The MPD that's to the east of this is held by Flagler Hospital. So when we think about what this could affect for future, think about whether or not Flagler Hospital wants to continue to develop its uses as well.
So I think to the point, I considered that as well, right? And so in terms of business and how everything all went down between Flagler Hospital and Advent Health, one could conceptualize that this hospital is never going to be built or used in that way because there's kind of a strategic move there by Advent Health. However, it is zoned for that use, so we have to consider it because of the zoning that exists there.
Any further discussion? No further discussion?
And just to confirm, this is for a first read?
This is first read. Yes. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
No.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
No.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the next resolution. J, resolutions. Give them a second. Mr.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll move on to resolutions. J8, City Attorney?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a resolution 2025 approving the interlocal agreement with Flagler County for airport protection zoning regulations.
Is there a presentation?
Mr. Henson?
Okay.
Here again?
You ain't going anywhere, Mr. Hanson.
This is the last one for me tonight, sir. This particular interlocal agreement is with Flagler County for airport protection zoning regulations. In the back room, if necessary, if the council does have questions, we do have Adam Mangle, the Growth Management Director for Flagler County, is in attendance as well. This particular interlocal agreement is to become compliant with Florida statutes under section 3.3.303. That requires every political subdivision having an airport hazard area within its territorial limits to adopt, administer, and enforce under its power airport protection regulations as far as zoning. There's a couple options for that. Probably, in staff's opinion anyways, the easiest would be by adoption via interlocal agreement. Otherwise, alternatively, as laid out for section 333.03 under item 2 here, the council could theoretically adopt ordinance, regulation, or resolution to create a joint airport protection zoning board to adopt, administer, and enforce that set of airport protection overlays. And that would be in partnership, obviously, with Flagler County, as they are the property owner of a political subdivision that has control of the airport. The city encompasses around the airport, as you'll see on this particular slide here, in a 360-degree aspect. So the airport's kind of, it's on a corporate island, so to speak, a large one at that. But to be compliant with state law, staff has worked with the city attorney and also our counterparts at the county side to draft up this potential interlocal agreement in response to the county's adoption of their airport protection regulation ordinance that they recently adopted, which was ordinance 2025-01. And that's been codified under section 3.06.17 of their land development code. The intent of this interlocal agreement is set up so that any kind of development within an airport hazard area or proposed development with an airport hazard area, the city would invite the county designee, airport zoning administrator, which, if I'm not mistaken, would be Mr. Mangle in the back or his designee, to be able to provide comment on a potential proposed development within one of these hazard areas during our city's review process for such development, whether through a technical site plan application, a subdivision master plan, cursory application through our TRX process, to make a determination whether or not the proposed development would constitute an airport obstruction and require an airport obstruction permit. The interlocal agreement that was included with the application packet for your agendas gives the county the ability and responsibility to make that determination whether a proposed development would constitute airport hazard through that obstruction process in relation to their ordinance. Now, on the other end of the interlocal agreement, any proposed development on the county's or on the county side for the airport that would increase the dimensions of the runway or further increase or expand any of the 14 CFR 77 part or subpart C imaginary surfaces that are adopted by the FAA, the city would be able to review and comment on any proposed development that would increase those or adjust the noise contours of the county's adopted airport master plan that they have adopted back in 2009. This particular item was brought before through consent yesterday's Board of County Commissioners meeting, and to my knowledge was not pulled from consent and was passed via resolution. Staff's recommendations, the approval of this resolution authorizing the mayor to execute the interlocal agreement in relation to airport protection zoning regulations. I'm available for any questions. Otherwise, Marcus or our city attorney worked closely on this project as well with his counterpart. And as I mentioned, we have Mr. Mangle in the back from Flagler County as well.
Is this, Marcus, is this the thing that they could have done back in 2017?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, statute, I believe it's around, and I'll leave it to Mr. Hanser or Mr. Mingle, but I believe it's around 2016 is when the statute required it to have this. Yes, sir. So this is coming in compliance with the statute.
And it's coming in, this long to come in compliance, no penalties. They haven't been assessed any penalties from the state since that date. What is the impact of us not agreeing to this interlocal agreement?
So if we do not have an interlocal agreement or something in place, then we are not in compliance. We are required to be in compliance by the statute. So therefore, we would not be in compliance.
All right, and there's one part I was reading in there about, you know, going forward, any statutory, I have to find it. So will this grandfather in all the things that's been developed out that way? Like there's not gonna be any type of punishment for stuff that's happened?
No punishment. No, sir. That's correct. Michael, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
In terms of existing structures, is that the question?
Exactly.
I don't recall, I know we discussed this before, this was probably like March. What structures are in non-compliance with this overlay?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking.
I don't recall there being
So,
any.
Michael's
Based
got
on
a
our
good-
city zoning, I think everything already falls within the.
To
the
clarify
requirements.
with the
Mr.
way
Hitchens.
the ordinance reads, and we had discussion with Mr. Sean Moylan, Deputy County Attorney, regarding the way the ordinance reads for ordinance 2025-1, and Mr. Mangle can, you know, interject or clarify if the council chooses. But based on the adopted airport protection or airport master plan, the existing noise contours established by that largely are contained to the entirety of the airport property itself and don't impact further than the actual airport property, with the exception of, I believe it was just a slight portion of the northeast corner. Now, if I backtrack in the PowerPoint to this particular slide here for this airport protection overlay area, you see the graphical depictions of these airport protection overlay zones set up by 14 CFR Part 77 Subpart C. And there's a number of them, and sadly, this image doesn't really do a justification because the actual modeling for these to really capture it is best with a three-dimensional perspective.
Yeah,
Because,
this is like a cone and a ramp and all that stuff, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
sir. Some of these, like the horizontal zone, don't start until you're over 150 feet.
What I was getting at was when we had this discussion before, I don't recall, but I think that we determined that the existing zoning conforms within this structure. Like there wouldn't be no zoning that has the potential for a building to exceed, these overlay zones.
As far as our maximum height that we have currently on the books, we're looking at 100 feet within the city. However, we do have exceptions for, excuse
When
me.
you say within the city, that's not like residential one, that's like the MPD for town center and things like
Within
that.
all the zoning districts within the city,
The
with
highest.
the exception for communication cell towers, which are allowed to get up to 150 feet. Now, the highest building, from my knowledge, within the city is the Hilton Garden Inn Hotel over by Chipotle off State Road 100. That building, to my memory, is approximately 77.82 feet in height. So any kind of building that might be within that kind of area typically goes through a Nomad's airport clearance, basically to make sure that when it's having construction, there's a crane on the site for temporary clearance, that kind of construction doesn't impact or interfere with airport operations or the typical flights to create any kind of safety. The way the county's ordinance reads, it has language in there for the temporary construction, permanent structures, land masses that might reach certain heights So it tries to be encompassing, but from our review, as far as staff and discussing the intent of this interlocal agreement, as far as the catch-all with the, it helps allow the city to have some kind of participatory review cycle on any kind of expansion that might alter these. So
I was going to ask about that too. So in the second paragraph of the slide, the ILA airport zoning regulation slide, it states on development projects on airport property that could expand the imaginary surfaces. So what does that entail? Does that, you know, for instance, if airport operations triple and the sound overlay changes and then that causes a change to this, would that be something that we're part of the review process on?
yes, so the increase of noise generated beyond that established airport master plan, if there's a project as far as the county has to adopt a new airport master plan, they have to do, say, new noise contour study. If that's an increase beyond the established limits in there, the city, based on this ILA, would be able to comment and make review comments on that, along with developments such as increase in the runway dimensions.
Okay, so it encompasses all of that, not just, say, an economic development project that occurs within the airport zone. Okay, thanks for bearing with me on the questions.
Any other questions? You got anything, Dustin?
Okay,
I'm
so,
sorry.
go ahead,
All
Councilman
right,
Guerrero.
real quick. So I just want to confirm. So we have the ability to comment on any changes or expansion efforts out at the airport. I mean, generally.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
we worked that into the language so that way we could have some kind of review process on anything that would further impact the city as far as these imaginary zones or noise
Okay.
contouring.
All right, and conversely, they get a voice in any of our future development planning review.
Yes, sir, anything that would constitute a potential airport hazard area, and the way the ILA is worded, it puts the responsibility on the county during that review to make a determination whether a potential development constitutes an airport obstruction, to require them to go through permitting. There's language in there that if the county does not comment to the effect that there's a potential hazard, then there's language that the county then has no objection to the potential development.
Okay. Now, right now, we don't have this arrangement, correct? I mean,
Right now, we currently don't have an interlocal
we've been trying
agreement
to
this
figure it
effect.
out and work together. Yeah, okay. No, I just wanted.
Yeah, this is the city's attempt to be compliant with that state mandate under FS 333.03.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple concerns, mostly with regards to the fact that it's been almost 10 years and this hasn't been done. I would move that it should be retroactive to 2016. But in order to be compliant with the Florida statute, section 333.03, it specifically states that we have two options. We can either go with option one, which is entering into our interlocal agreement, or we can choose option two, which is by ordinance, regulation, or resolution duly adopted, create a joint airport protection zoning board that shall adopt, administer, and enforce a set of airport protection zoning regulations. So we don't have to enter into this ILA in order to be compliant. We can choose to go with option two.
That's accurate, ma'am. As I mentioned during the background, and I have it up on the screen, that option two would require a new creation of a board that has at least two representatives from each participating political subdivision.
Mm-hmm. And I appreciate you mentioning that, because during previous, or I shouldn't say mentioning, but highlighting, because it is on your slide, and I appreciate that. In previous discussions about this ILA, it was almost like it was an ultimatum. We either had to enter into this or we were going to be non-compliant, which is, as we can see from the statute, not true. If we look at the interlocal agreement, I have concerns about entering into it, because essentially it puts the onus on the city to enforce airport zoning regulations that we had no hand in creating. If you look at section 3A, it specifically says that. If you then go to Roman numeral section 2 under 3, it says the city shall require a landowner to obtain airspace obstruction permits. I mean, there's things in here that it puts onus on the city that I'm just not comfortable with. Furthermore, if you look at the county is supposed to do or has authority over, the city really has no authority to change anything. We just have the right to have input. So, I mean, to me, this is a virtue signal to the city. And I get it, it's a county airport, so of course, we're limited, very much so, which is, I think, a frustration for not just myself up here, but others as well. I think the one thing that we can do to have some say in this is to create this airport protection zoning board, and or make this retroactive back to 2016. If no structures are in violation of this overlay zone, then it shouldn't be an issue. We should be able to make it retroactive back to 2016, and we should be very comfortable with doing that without hesitation. I'm not saying that we are not compliant based on structures. I don't know. This is a very niche area of the law. Aviation law is complicated and convoluted, and I do not pretend to practice in that. But I would say that when we're looking at the options here, I will agree to enter into this ILA if we can make it retroactive, the resolution retroactive back to 2016. Otherwise, my proposal to our board would be to create the protection zoning board.
I would be more inclined to go with 2, because we get emails every week.
Multiple.
Complaints about the airport, noise, height, violation of curfew, and we've already done this. We've already went around with this back when the airport presented, all that stuff to us, and I wasn't pleased at all. And I think that what would we have to do to stand up that committee, Marcus?
Well, first, we would have to have the other municipalities agree to it. So the county and the city of Benel would have to agree to that as well.
Yeah.
That's step one. So after we get them agree, then it's just, standing up, going through the motions. But we have to have, we'd have to have more parties involved.
Yeah, I just feel that we have no influence in what that airport does.
So
It is on an island, like I said before, and I'll say it again. I believe it should be our airport. It's in Palm Coast. It is on an island. It's not a enclave or anything anymore. It's an island. It is surrounded by our city.
I just wanted to ask in terms of the board, what would that board have power to advise on or do? Is it limited only to this overlay? Is it more than that?
Well, it says enforce a set of airport protection zone regulations, joint airport protection zone boards.
So it sounds like it's just enforcing this overlay zone.
Yeah, it would be regarding that. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, if I can clarify, it would relate solely to the zoning, so the underlying zoning. Such a board from our discussions would not have the ability to impact any kind of airport operations as that's regulated by the FAA.
I will say, right now, it's my understanding that there's a noise contour study that is going to be occurring because the airport master plan is being worked on right now. And I know Mr. Seeger previously told us that, yes, this was in the works, I believe he said for the summer, so we're still in that.
I thought we would have that back by now.
I did confirm that with Mr. Seeger because I figured that would come up this evening. The airport master plan is underway and the contour study will be done as part of that process. It's in the third portion of the process, so it is underway.
Third of how many portions?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Third
so
of 100 or
No.
4?
I'm really, thank you for that, acting
Sure.
city manager. I'm hesitant to enter into this not knowing what that contour study is going to say as well. And quite frankly, they've waited 10 years. So I don't think we're under any, to tell us now, well, if we don't enter into this now, you're going to be non-compliant with the statute. Well, we've been non-compliant for nine
Right,
something years.
there's
so.
no apparent punitive,
What I have-
nothing's coming back on us if we don't do this. Marcus, I was gonna ask, how comfortable would you be with the retroactive in terms of that, or is more research needed?
I'm hesitant to say this, but in my case, I did review this as well. So as an attorney, I would say, to me, that's we're setting a messy precedent by doing something retroactive because it's yes, there may not be case law that says you can't do it, but I would say it is something that makes it messy by saying, hey, we're going to retroactive this law all the way back to 2016, affecting everyone's rights back to 2016. I have a concern with that. Not saying you can't do it. I just say my initial gut to that makes it messy.
I'm just wondering, we have those caps that I think are all compliant with this overlay, so there shouldn't be any conflict there to have to worry about a lawsuit anyways,
Yeah, no,
If nobody has the entitlement to a building that goes into this overlay going back to 2016, then who would bring a suit?
hey, anybody can sue for any reason. You
Certainly
guys
can,
know this. I'm not, what you just said, Mr. Miller, accurate statement. Like, hey, in a perfect world, say we can get the county to agree to make it retroactive. When we get past that first step, they go through their 2 reads, because they would have to be 2 reads of their ordinance, because it's a major change. And we go through that, yeah, in a perfect world, we could do it, never get a litigation against us. But it only takes one.
The main reason they're trying to get this done is because it's tied to a grant, right? That was one of the initial.
For the
things.
terminal? Is the terminal grant?
Yeah, it's tied to that. They can't.
They have to be in compliance to receive the grant.
To be, yeah, exactly. So.
Well, is that project already under construction?
I thought I read something about it was, but I don't know.
I thought they had a ribbon cutting, something.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely a condition to
groundbreaking.
getting some type of grant money. I don't remember.
I mean, and obviously, as the mayor said, we don't receive any of that tax money for things that occur there, but obviously that will positively impact the economic development for that to continue of the county and the city. Yeah, there's no onus on us, but at some point we have to move forward with this and decide.
Yeah, I don't want to hold this up for holding it up for the sake of holding it up. I want to make sure that I think that doing the right thing would be to either make this retroactive if we have no concern that any properties would be affected, or we create this board so that we can have at least some more of a voice, and/or we're not digging our heels in prior to this new contour study being done. That's a concern of mine as well. I'm not, an airport operator, but I think the contours are going to be pretty telling. At least they should be based on the increase in air traffic since the last contour study.
Well, they told us at the meeting that there should be no appreciable change to the contours.
But they've also said they've had a lot more airport operations over the years. So
I know.
It's talking out both sides of their mouth.
I agree with you. I asked the same questions during that workshop.
Yeah. So, that's a figure of convenience to me.
I'm completely on board with either of those 2 paths, Vice Mayor.
Okay, cool. Can we get a motion either way?
Well, I'm asking, so I think, to your point, Mayor, I know we need to make some movement here, but should we see if it's more palatable for the county to either make the ordinance retroactive or engage in creating this board?
So what I could maybe make a recommendation is you guys can make a motion to accept this if you want to go your first route. Ms. Pontier saying retroactive. And, if that get passed, then we can bring that back to the county. And if they're okay with it, then it doesn't have to come back to you. So that would be my suggestion.
And Mr. Mingle is here in case we need to ask him any questions on behalf of the county.
Yeah. Do it. We can bring him up if you want to maybe get his input as well.
You got anything to add right now, Mr. Mingle?
Adam Mangle, Growth Management Director, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. We had talked 2016, 2017 about the different options. And so we have had lots of talk about this. And the we was planners from all the jurisdictions. We included in that mix Flagler Beach because we didn't know exactly at that time, still don't really know if they're going to be part of this or not. Ultimately, they may end up buying into this as well. We decided at that time the interlocal agreement made the most sense rather than creating a joint board that would meet at best occasionally. The questions that we were thinking about, and at that time and even now, what structures do we have that exceed the height that require the meeting of the joint board? And my kind of challenge to y'all is, can you think of a cell tower or a structure that you've approved in Palm Coast that's
greater than 200 feet? And if the answer is no, then you'll have a joint board that will meet once every 7 years, every 10 years, and they can get together and talk about that tower that's going to happen. Now, no doubt about it, if we change something, and the correct statements that have been made, if we change the noise contour as part of the master plan update, if we elongate a air facility, a runway itself, that affects the air operations, that affects those imaginary surfaces, then we've got to go back and revisit all of the airport zoning again. And that has to be updated, and the city has a key role in that. And we're recognizing that. I'll mention that staff collectively from the city, it's been a hard bit of a bargain. I use as the example, and I'll say it, the City of Ormond Beach's interlocal agreement that they had with Volusia County. They have, as an example, in Volusia County, they have an ILA. They don't have a joint board. I use their ILA as our base document. Bunnell said, hey, that base document's great. Your staff said, no, we want to do some other things here. And we agreed with them after several rounds. And I think it's a good document. I think it's something that does have both parties coming to the table. 16, making it retroactive to 2016, I don't know what that would achieve. I guess if you feel good with doing that, and we have several things right now that are running retroactive. Senate Bill 180 is coming to mind. I don't know what you'd really accomplish with that. And then I guess I've spoken enough about the joint board at this point. Thank you.
Well, if making it retroactive to 2016 is benign, do you feel there would be any pushback from the county on that?
I don't think in particular, but I'm not sure what it would really achieve. And I don't think the state would look too good at that, because I think they'd come back and say, well, you're passing it now. Why the retroactivity? You didn't have it before. And in reality, let me make sure I say that on the record, the FAA requirements were still being met. The permitting still had to be done by the FDOT Aviation Office in the meantime. So that not having the airport protection zoning didn't mean that the requirements weren't met. It just means that they weren't met locally as required by the statute.
So back to the urgency of the timing of when, your view, the county's view, the urgency of getting this local region time.
Really no push at this point. It may be a little misstated about the grant tie-in, is that we do have one commissioner that mentions in the fine print, which is correct, in the grants that we have through FDOT, through the Aviation Office, it says we shall comply with all requirements. And among those requirements are airport zoning, spelled out explicitly. And so we're attesting them with each of those grants that we're meeting those requirements. And we've done that all along. And maybe to FDOT Aviation's offices, maybe part of their not watching the true nature of what was coming before them. We've had a good success with receiving those grants from them, and I think that they've been a good partner with us. But at the same time, clearly we didn't have the Section 333.03 in place.
There's been several, throughout the years.
But plenty, yes, sir.
I have a question about the language of the interlocal. So it says, the city shall be able to provide review comments on potential airport zoning regulation amendments or developments that would expand any 14 CFR 7.7 imaginary surface further into the incorporated city limits, or development which increases the noise generated by airport operations beyond the established airport master plan. This language to me is a little subjective, and I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So when we say developments that expand the imaginary surface, that to me, that's calculable, right?
Yes, ma'am. I think both of those are.
Yeah,
Okay.
so correct me if I'm wrong, but the overlay is based on data, right? It's generated. So if you extend the runway, then the cone changes shape or size. And
Right,
so that extends.
that's calculable. My concern though comes from which increases the noise generated by airport operations beyond the established airport master plan. That is subjective unless it's specifically based on the contours, right? Because your noise we don't have to have a noise study unless based on the contours. FAA says noise study is warranted, right? That's the way Mr. Seeger explains it.
I think the correct response there for me would be anything that would lengthen a horizontal surface at the airport, increasing the length of a runway would then require the noise study, because that noise study would shift because of that. You know, let's say when we shifted the primary runway south and made it longer, that's when the last noise study was done. So as an example, anything that physically changes the operations of the airport itself, the air operations, would require a noise study to be updated.
Physical changes.
Yes, sir.
So changes in operations with the same blueprint or footprint would not warrant a change in those sound overlays or the sound contours.
Best I'm aware, that's correct. But then I also put that caveat on there. The noise study itself is based on, and we knew about this because we've talked about it, it's based on the assumption of a certain size of aircraft that could be used and that utilization rate. So
The
frequency
largest
Yes, sir.
possible plane landing on that flight line. So to me, and I had assumed this, so we're talking about just like the overlay is calculable, the sound is also calculable based on the study, but what triggers the study?
Correct.
And so then you're potentially not seeing that we're now far above the current master plan in terms of that sound.
Potential development, if I can interject, could also be measured via decibel readings. So if it exceeds the objective decibel readings with the noise contours in the adopted airport master plan, that could potentially trigger the need for a noise study.
So, but how is that? How are we doing that? We're just saying, hey, let's go check it.
That could theoretically be checked via code compliance, I would imagine, using some kind of decimal meter device.
We had as an example, if you could indulge me just one more moment, sorry. When we had the apartments that were coming in on the parcel, I think now it's the Flagler Landings parcel, we had a noise study that was done. A gentleman came in. Our board was fairly critical of that. I think one of the items we had was that they had done the study, if I'm not mistaken, kind of in December, when maybe the air operations would not have been as intensive, but arguably the noise would travel greater because of the temperature differential. There was a justification was provided. Point there being is that you can't, just to buttress what was said, you can go and do that level of analysis. And they had done that for that project. They had actually put decibel meters into the trees at the treetop to approximate the height of the apartments, so that can be a tool that's available.
Okay, so I guess what I would be looking for, like I said, I mean, I would make this retroactive to 2016, but also I would like to see in subsection B, Roman numeral I, where it says.
Is this a motion?
Not yet.
Okay.
I kind of want to get his thoughts
Gotcha.
on whether or not this language could be possible. Obviously, you can't make a decision without your board, but at least looking at the potential viability of this. Getting language in that last sentence that reflects the fact that if there is a physical expansion of the airport in any way, that the city can provide comment. And when it says the city can provide comment, is that like staff talks to staff, or because based on this, you could presumably just go around the electeds? Or are these the electeds? Is that the intent?
Ma'am, the intent was for, during the development process, that essentially the land use administrator or designated planner or staff member would provide comment based on the objective review for the development aspect. Now, as far as your physical dimensional increase, the intent of the language was for any kind of development that expands those 14 CFR Part 77 subsection C, imaginary surfaces. So if
Right,
the
but
runway
they-
expands or
Mhm.
some kind of operation changes that contouring as far as the shapes on this particular slide,
Mhm.
then that physical development would trigger that kind of review that we would have.
So
Yeah, but
you would be reviewing whether that then has any conflict with existing structures in the city?
Exactly. So the intent for the city's review on that development was to see if the expansion of these contours would have any kind of effect on existing structures within the city as far as potentially creating them non-conforming based on the county's adopted ordinance under 2025-01.
And then can we talk about, this, we're talking about the sound mostly, I think is a lot of my concern. Say there's a change, right? And the sound contours go outside airport property and now are overlaid over residential one. What is that pre-existing residential one, right? What is the impact of that?
Under the land development code that the city has, section 1.10, it would, and ultimately we'd have to get probably a legal opinion, as far as the effects of the ordinance, but if it were to consider a structure non-conforming, if it was lawfully non-conforming before the adopted date of the ordinance, or if it's legally allowed before the adopted date, it'd be lawfully non-conforming and allowed to continue.
Okay, so the house would exist, but they would then deal with more noise, so to speak.
Potentially, but with that review process, the city's able to review it and
Provide commentary.
Yeah, provide comment, and hopefully our county counterparts would take that into consideration.
But Michael, they would still have to, even if there's more no's, they have to follow the FAA requirements with those noise.
That's correct.
Yeah, none of this supersedes the FAA requirements, correct? At the end of the day.
That's correct. We can't
Yes, okay.
exceed the federal FAA requirements.
This is, we're talking about height standards and sound decibel requirements. Yes.
Now, our single family is limited to no more than 35 feet.
Right.
So a lot of single family, as far as height requirements, is likely to be not impacted by any of these.
Yeah, I don't
overlay
think the
zones, 'cause
contours are gonna
like the
affect- or I
horizontal
mean, the
zone, sir,
overlay.
it starts at 150 feet up.
Yeah. Mostly I'm talking about sound in these situations, because we're right on the edge, right,
Mhm.
of the airport property. So any substantial change can push this sound contour out across the street, and into some residential streets. So it would go, we would review it, we would provide commentary saying, hey, this is gonna affect our residents, right? They're gonna be legally non-conforming. And then it would go to county, and it would be up to county to approve the changes at the airport. Is that correct?
That's correct. And as it is right now, without this interlocal agreement, it's as if we don't even have a voice at the table.
Right. Exactly right.
Well, I understand, it's just, commentary is commentary, right? So it's not, you're not
Well,
holding anybody to anything.
Go ahead, Mr.
Don't forget that you've had an airport area master plan, I think is what we jointly developed. The city took the lead in 2009, if I'm remembering right. And so it wasn't a master plan for the airport itself, but it was for the area around it. And even won, I think, a couple of planning awards. We were involved with it. City took the lead, and it was something that we were pretty proud of when it got done. And so we've actually, and you heard me say it before, we had airport zoning before airport zoning was cool. And so that we had something in place. We were contemplating this. And then to add just one more point, I think, absent the noise contour, I think that's going to be a real concern. But then let's say the RPZ extends out into the neighborhoods, into one of those lots, either developed or undeveloped. I think that there's a strong emphasis on FAA, again, quotable, where maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but for something to be done then, either for that elongation, that increase to the airport's operational area not to happen, or that property to be acquired, because you're impacting that property directly then. Whether it's RPZ or then the noise contour, that's something that the county's operations, through extending that airport runway, then have caused an impact on a private
I
property
mean,
owner.
that just gives me more concern, right?
Yeah.
So now we're talking about seizing someone's house because we want to elongate the runway.
But it won't be seizing, it would be working out a purchase if that's possible, and then if not, then maybe that runway extension won't happen. And so we took that into consideration. If y'all remember, the industrial park on the east side, when we extended the runway down and then made it longer, the primary, instead of having it further on the west, it went further to the east. And so it avoided then the impacts on the west side.
I get you, and my primary concern is that it's our residents, but we don't get to decide, right? And so that's the problem. Is like, as a board, we're gonna say, hey, we're not gonna let this happen to our residents, but then it's another board deciding how that's. And I understand they're also county residents, but I want to err on the side of protecting our residents in the best way possible.
Ms. Pontieri, before you go, can I just add one thing? So, Mr. Miller, and Ms. Pontieri talked about this a little bit too, but it sounds like you're not really thrilled about just having comments. But what I would want this board just to realize, like, this is the Flagler County Airport, so we are limited in what we're allowed to say. But with the comments, that at least puts more pressure on the county to make sure they're doing it right.
Yes.
So by us saying, when Michael or community development reviews these things and says, hey, we see these problems, and if the county ignores that makes the county more at fault and helps the city. In a scenario where we don't have that, I'm just saying we don't have as much pressure on them, and it's more just the county responsibility, and we're not helping us.
Another concern I have is like historical knowledge, right? What if this problem isn't something that happens till 12 years from now, right? And everybody here is long gone. And we're reviewing it, and we're hoping that somebody reviewing it from planning is thinking along those lines, but maybe they don't comment those things that we're thinking about now.
That's fair.
It's a concern.
No, that's fair.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a couple thoughts. One, this does not supersede anything that the FAA would impose. It's the supremacy clause when it comes to federal organizations. It's going to rule supreme, right? So there's that. Second, I'm in favor of having a voice in their process and them having a voice in our process. It's better than what we have now, and oh, by the way, brings us into compliance with the statute. And then as far as making it retroactive, I'm not sure the juice is worth the squeeze or the risk.
I think the point is that based on what we've been told, there is no risk.
We don't know that.
There's certainly no risk of being non-compliant.
Right.
Apparently.
But we are being accountable to our residents. We are being accountable to those who are concerned, and it's not just those that show up at city council meetings or county meetings. It's more than that. We are being accountable to those who are concerned that this has been sitting on the back burner and hasn't been enacted for a really long time. I don't know for a fact that, this could be a much ado about nothing, but if it is, and I hope it is, I hope this is very drama-free, we have zero issues. That's what we've been told. There should be no issue making it retroactive. We can enter into it retroactively. And I would say, I'm just gonna make a motion. I'm gonna make a motion to accept the ILA if the county is willing to make their resolution retroactive to 2016. And I'd also like to make a change to subsection BI, where it says, the city shall be able to provide review comments on potential airport zoning regulation amendments or developments that would, and this is where I would like the change to be, either expand any 14 CFR 77 imaginary surface or expand any noise contours further into the incorporated city limits. And that's my motion.
Second.
You got that, Marcus? Okay, we got a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
Just the only discussion, if we do that, will the county then have to reevaluate again? You'll have to do another
They will.
meeting?
Yes,
another
we
2
will.
weeks? Okay, just so I know that's what's gonna happen. Okay.
Hopefully it'll be on the consent again.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
They passed it on consent to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Shelley, I'm sorry, any further discussion from the council?
Darlene's ready.
So, Ms. Pontieri, you said the ordinance would be retroactive, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that would have to go through 2 reads.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Are we straight? You good, Marcus? Any further discussion?
No, but thank you, Mr. Mangle, for being here. I greatly appreciate it. I know it's late. Thank you.
He didn't have anything else to do on Tuesday night. Yes, Ms. Shelley, go right ahead.
Darlene Shelley, K-Section. I really wish I could give you a presentation on all the information that I've done hundreds of hours of research. First of all, the FAA does not regulate zoning. You do. You regulate the zoning for the city. airport zoning regulations. You have the power. You do get to decide. You can make your own airport zoning regulations. In fact, I gave the board, at least Teresa, a copy of a potential airport zoning regulation that would actually protect the safety, health, and welfare, the quality of life, and the property values, the children's health, safety, and welfare. It would prevent the excessive emissions and all the toxic chemicals that come with it. I urge the City of Palm Coast to reject the proposed interlocal agreement with Flagler County regarding the Flagler County Airport due to the serious issues with the airport zoning regulations ordinance they passed on April 21st, 2025. This ordinance raises significant legal, financial, and safety concerns that could expose Palm Coast to liability and harm our communities. First, this ordinance is under review by the Florida Department of Financial Services for a notice of complaint, and by attorneys for potential violations of property rights and reductions in property values. These legal risks could entangle Palm Coast in costly litigations if you enter this agreement. Second, Flagler County failed to conduct a noise study despite their claims made during the April 7th, 2025 presentation. Florida Statute Chapter 333 prohibits residential construction and educational facilities near airports without a study. This omission violates state law, endangers public safety by allowing incompatible land uses, such as homes, schools, and churches near the airport. Uses explicitly deemed incompatible by Florida Statute 333.03. Third, Flagler County has not met FAA and FDOT grant requirements, including adherence to FAR Part 150 noise compatibility standards. County also failed to develop minimum safety standards for the airport's operating environment and to impose conditions to ensure safe and efficient operations, as mandated by FAA rules. Additionally, grant requests omitted current airport conditions, further violating FAA and FDOT requirements. Yes, they did extend the runway in 2018. They did not let the public have a say in that, and I don't think they let the city have a say in that either. That changed the noise contours at the airport. No noise study has ever been done. That is based off of a FOIA request. You must not sign this. Come up with your own airport zoning regulations to protect us, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments? Seeing none, come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. And Marcus, what was that one email you sent all of us concerning specifics on the FAA? Can you run down the list of that? There's like two things, right?
Yeah, so let me pull it up so I could just, I have it ready. So yeah, I reached out to Ms. Henry from the FAA. I had conversations with her about, this council wanted to move forward with maybe possibly a noise ordinance, maybe a Part 13 action. So I wrote her a letter. She was, the FAA is very familiar with Flagler County Airport. They're very familiar with the residents. She said in a nutshell that we are preempted from enacting a noise ordinance, and then we're also that we would not be, she said that a Part 13 would not fit what we're asking for. I also asked if the FAA would be willing to come out here and meet with you guys as a council individually, and they said that's not something they do. They're very familiar with Flagler County and the airport, but they said that as a standard policy, they do not meet with boards that are not over airports.
I just want to make sure that we had that on the record. Any further discussion from the council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
this action is a resolution. Did we change it to an ordinance?
No.
Okay, I just point of clarification. I just want to make sure.
No, the county, when they did their ordinance, that's what we're talking.
In
so
April, got it.
Ms. Pontieri wanted to have that ordinance be retroactive to 2016, and this ILA is to that ordinance. Does that
Got
make
it.
sense?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, I thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up with regards to what we were trying to get done with the FAA, because I know we get a lot of information about what we can do with regards to noise, but every aviation attorney I have spoken to and everything that I have read has said we cannot enact noise ordinances that conflict with because it's preempted by the FAA. And it's really frustrating. I get it. I'm frustrated too. I think the most that we can do is make sure that we're keeping track of the airport master plan. We take a look at the contours, whether or not that triggers a noise study. I think it should, and I will be looking very carefully at the backup data that's used for the airport master plan and to determine whether or not contours are in fact altered in any way, because I think the backup data is what is necessary to look at in that regard to make sure that there's the absolute highest amount of transparency and integrity in those figures. And that's the most that we can do in order to help our city and our residents. And I think too, maybe adding, hopefully the county will accept this language so that if we do see a change in the noise contours, we get at least a voice at the table.
Say, yeah. Absolutely, I agree.
Mr. Mayor, can I
Thank
add
you,
one
Mayor.
more thing? Vice Mayor Pontieri brought up something that just triggered. The FAA's response also said that we are not allowed to enact an ordinance that's complementary to their policy. So that means that we can't enact any ordinance that enforces their policy. So only they are allowed to enforce noise ordinance or anything like that. We cannot enact anything that says this is the FAA requirement, you're required to do that. Only the FAA can do that.
But dissimilar to, say, state law, where we're enacting to comply with their law, we can't do that at all.
And it's not like the military where you can add to but not take away. Okay,
So we're with the resolution as stated.
the motion that Ms. Pontieri made. Ms. Cook, can you call the vote?
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to item 9. City Attorney?
Yes, thank you. All right, item 9, we have a 2025 resolution approving the interlocal agreement with the Flagler County for transfer of transportation impact fees for the Cornerstone at Seminole Woods Development.
Thank you, Michael, for all of your presentations. And
Yes,
now
have a good night, Mike.
we
Thank
have
you.
Fong. This is some good news. We are working with Flagler County on transferring some of their impact fees to make improvements onto Seminole Woods Boulevard. So Fong has a brief presentation for you.
Yeah, good evening again, Mayor and City Council. I hope this is on a positive note that we are receiving transportation impact fee from Flagler County. Some background for you, the Cornerstone at Seminole Woods Development was permitted by Flagler County. The development generated transportation impact fees from BJ's Wholesale and the 5 out parcels. To date, Flagler County has collected transportation impact fee from BJ's, Chase Bank, Miller's Ale House, Chick-fil-A, and Longhorn Steakhouse. There's one out parcel remaining that's currently under construction. Both Flagler County and the city determined that improvements are necessary at the intersection of State Road 100 and Seminole Woods to address impact. The county desires to provide the city with the collected transportation impact fees from the Cornerstone at Seminole Woods Development for the city's use in improving the south portion of the intersection of State Road 100 and Seminole Woods. I underline south portion because there's another lake that is also failing, and I'll discuss that. Both the county and the city mutually agree that the city is best suited to expend these funds and believe collectively in the best interest to enter into this ILA. The current transportation impact fee collected by Flagler County is approximately $350,000. And to date, I just want to recognize that earlier this evening, Flagler County Commission Chair Andy Dance was in attendance, but he had other engagements, so he left early. But we also still have Mr. Adam Mangels, Growth Management Director, is still here with us. Yesterday, Flagler County Commission approved the ILA to transfer the impact. So here is the intersection that you can see on an aerial. You see 100, and on the south leg is Seminole Wood. So this is very preliminary concept plan. So one of the improvement, so what is failing is the northbound left turn lane is needed. Another one is needed. In the morning and the afternoon, The northbound left turn lane is basically encroaching into the through lane. So that's an issue. So we need another one. So what we can do is that we can add another left turn lane in the Gore area. That's one option. But that option may trigger a replacement of the northeast corner Mass Arm Foundation. You're looking at approximately $300,000 or so in order to do that. Another option that we looked at is, there are existing northbound 3 lanes, northbound, left lane, through lane, and a right turn lane. So what we are looking at is that we convert the through lane into a left lane and the right turn lane into a through lane. And then we'll add another right turn lane. That way, we don't have to touch the Mass Arm Foundation. And in addition to that, we also would like to connect that 200 feet of connection between the drive aisle in front of BJ's as depicted on the horizontally arrows there to connect it to Seminole Woods. But we encounter a legal challenge. Basically, the easement currently is in an association, and we're still currently working with the association in order to have legal means of access there. And if that's happened, then we can use the funding in order to make another connection.
Excuse me, sorry.
There.
The easement for the right turn lane or the easement for the connection through the BJ's?
The easement for the connection.
Okay.
Yeah, there's an association that currently has legal access to that. Whether we need to get their approval or not, that's in order for us to move
Is
through.
that not an easement by necessity? Cool.
Yeah.
Maybe?
I mean, so what association has that?
Well, there's 3 property owners there. One of them included a racetrack.
Are they separate from the original property owners of the BJ's?
Yes, they are.
They're different people.
This
Okay.
has been a problem.
Yeah.
for a long
Yeah, it's
time.
been a problem for a long.
Yeah, I know.
This isn't a new
During the
problem.
development of BJ's, this was proposed and worked on and all that stuff as well.
Yeah.
You know, we got to get through this because that's going to improve the flow of traffic in that area immensely because
Has anything happened, changed in that negotiation?
Not yet, sir. We're still working on it.
is it simply they're wanting monetary compensation
They
and,
don't want to do it.
you know, what's the holdup
They're
here?
gonna
Yeah.
lose business. They're gonna lose business to the BJ's gas.
Oh, they own the
That's
gas
the reason.
station?
Right.
They own the gas station. Ah.
So we'll work and try to get through that hurdle. But also the positive note is that BJ's Wholesale will maintain that if we have that connection. And here's a depiction of the north, looking north of the 3 lanes there from on Seminole Woods.
In terms of that right lane addition, as we see it there, would this result in having to move any of those utilities in the sidewalk?
Yeah, we have not engaged into that details yet,
Okay.
but we will as part of the.
It looks like
improvements.
it's pretty tight for one lane. I know you can throw curbing up there and maybe not move everything, but I'm
Right,
not sure
yeah.
what the requirements are for that.
So contrary to the way this picture looks, there'll be 4 lanes going north.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Yeah, what you were saying is we would throw a right turn lane where the grass is.
On the grass area,
Yeah.
that's correct.
And then make the other one a through, or actually make one a left, make the right turn lane a through.
And a through.
Yeah.
Right. In that way, we don't have to touch the traffic signal.
Right. Nothing else on the left.
I just want to come back to here. There's another a lake, which is the East Lake on 100, also needs another westbound left turn. But that is a separate project that we're going to pursue. So the county, so the commitments between in the ILA is this: that the county shall, within 30 days of the effective date of this ILA, remit to the city the full amount of the transportation impact fee collected, minus any administrative fee retained by the county. On the other hand, the city shall deliver an improvement within 5 years of the effective date of this ILA or prior to December 31st, 2030, whichever last occurred. The ILA also stipulates how the city can expend the Transportation Impact Fee Fund. Part of that is that if we do nothing by December 31st, 2030, we'll have to return it to the county. And if we have any balance, we can also apply that to any of the intersection along 100 from Belterre to Oak Canes Road. In the ILA, there's no specific details on the improvements on Seminole Woods. It just basically provide an improvement to enhance traffic. And with that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt Resolution 2025 approving the ILA with Blackman County for the transfer of transportation impact fees collected from the Cornerstone at Seminole Woods development.
Okay, thank you, Fong. Any further discussion for the council?
Yeah, just one question, not to belabor this non-contentious topic of accepting money, but the history, how does the county have the impact fees? Was this developed first and then annexed within the city? Is that why they're in possession of the impact fees from this Cornerstone?
That's correct.
Okay.
They, through the development permit, they got one with the county.
Mhm.
And then one is that, part of that, they also have interlocal agreement with us that it will be annexed into the city.
Right,
So
okay.
right now, BJ's is already in the city,
Mhm.
but except the 5 out parcel. And once the 5th out parcel has sealed, then 60 days after that, it will be annexed into the city.
And just for future, when these annexation come in, it's important to collect the impact fees up front because this is only one of them. You just approved a fire impact fee, and so these larger parcels with commercial buildings that we will be servicing for fire protection services, is important to collect those impact fees up front.
Question, just as a general rule, when we have developments that occur within the county, right, and they begin their development there, pay county impact fees, which are different than our impact fees that we've enacted, and then they annex within the city, isn't that kind of skirting our impact fees in a way?
Yes, and there's nothing saying that they do not have to pay ours. We entered into a partnership agreement with BJ's that they paid the counties and then they paid the difference of ours because ours are more than the counties. But that is not the case in all developments.
Right. I mean, from a solely strategic standpoint, if I was a developer and one jurisdiction was cheaper, I would develop through them and then annex in later.
That's one of many reasons they do.
Yes, but so there's nothing legally that we can do to prevent that from happening?
Well,
Just-
the
okay.
land adjacent to where BJ's is at.
Yeah,
Right,
that we-
they chose to annex in early on so they can tie in, right?
Well, that
Well-
never occurred, and did they ever come back for that?
No, they haven't
Oh, they
come
haven't
back.
yet? Okay.
As residential.
Because they said they were on a tight timeline. They were gonna come back with, I think it was like
Yes,
6 or
they-
7
Then I
weeks.
misspoke, but
Yeah.
I
The
think the effort was there, but
Okay.
Yeah,
hasn't
well,
happened.
that was because it was with the rezoning amendment, right?
Right.
If they didn't have that requirement, we wouldn't have a say in it.
Right.
But
So-
that is required when they annex. They're going from county comp plan and zoning to city comp plan and zoning. So,
Because we're adopting zoning that exists within the county.
Yeah, just to let you know that the property adjacent on the west side of BJ's is currently in the process of coming in. Since City Council required that the annexation will be heard in the second reading together in
Yeah,
conjunction
same day.
with the future land use and rezoning. So we will present that to you
So that's-
in a couple months or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think originally it was on a much tighter time, because we were counting the days that we could try to squeeze it in with the other vote, and it never happened.
Mr. Mayor, move approval of this resolution.
Yep, let's go.
We got a motion,
Second.
we got a second, any further discussion?
I just have one question kind of related, just for the public's knowledge. I've been getting a lot of complaints about the traffic light timing on 100. Can you just kind of explain who's got authority of that right now?
Right now, DOT, the project is basically, I think we call it punch list timeline. Once they complete that, they will have the coordination plan in terms of the traffic coordination plan for 100. Once that is completed, they will transfer it over to the city to manage that.
So right now, the city has no control over the timing of the traffic lights.
Not yet. Right now, we have no control with that, but in a few months, once they have the coordination plan, and then they will turn it over, and that's when we can basically monitor it more closely and provide signal timing where is appropriate or it would help with the flow.
Okay, great, thank
I
you.
have a bunch of notes on that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Fong.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
open this up for public comment. Any public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to dais. Any further comment? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Fong. Ms. Jackie and Mr. Papa's coming up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mangle. Have a good night.
Resolutions 10, City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution for 2025 approving the Community Develop Block Grant Federal Fiscal Year 2025 Annual Action Plan.
Mayor, Mayor City Council, this item was previously workshopped. Don't believe there were any changes that were made. Staff is here for any questions.
Anyone have any questions, any follow-up questions for Mr. Papa or Ms. Jackie? Can we get a motion?
Mr. Mayor, move approval?
Second.
Second by the Vice
Seconds all
Mayor.
around.
Everybody.
No discussion, any public comment? No public comment, bring it back to the dais. Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously.
thank you, that was quick.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council.
You all did
Have
great.
a good
job.
evening.
Great job.
Holding it down. We'll move on to J11, resolution, City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have another 2025 resolution amending the commercial solid waste franchise fees.
Mayor, City Council, Miss Alyssa Roscoe is here for any questions, but as referenced, this was previously workshopped. Your direction was to move forward with an increase in the franchise fees to 15%, and that is indicated in the resolution provided. And Alyssa's here for any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone have any questions for Ms.?
My only question is there a policy in place to review this percentage to make sure it's comparable with surrounding communities? A lot of these things we have worked in CPA or CPI increases, things like that. Do we have any policy that applies to this like that?
Currently, there's no policy to adjust it moving forward for CPI or anything of that nature. These are just benchmarks based off of communities that were of like to us.
Okay, so then I would just, I would move to approve this, but with an internal policy that maybe we look at it every 3 to 4 years to make sure it's still on par with what other communities are charging.
So this is percentage based, right?
Yeah.
So it captures CPI with a percentage, right?
Well, no.
Well,
No.
the cost of the fee, well, so the franchise fee is a percentage based on the fee. So if the fee changes, then the percentage
fee-
captures it.
You would hope, yeah.
Yeah.
Just so we're aware of it, track. Any further comments? Can I get a motion?
I made a motion to approve with the
Second.
added internal policy.
Yes, with the
Second.
internal policy. Get a second? You second?
Yes, sir.
Councilor Miller? We got a second. Any further discussion? Nope. Open up to public comment. Any comments from the public? Seeing no one come forward, bring it back to dais. Any further comments, concerns? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Anyone have any issues relating to the items, this whole host of list of items that are on the consent agenda?
Mayor Norris, I would just like to highlight the approval of the grant agreement with FIND, our Florida Inland Navigation District, for the 2025 Palm Coast Waterway Cleanup. And Alyssa, I'm going to make you come back up here. I want to thank FIND once again for sponsoring such a wonderful event. Is Ray going to be cooking hot dogs again? City manager?
Yes,
Okay.
he always loves to put his apron on.
Yes. So it's a really cool event. I invite the public to definitely come out. But the reason I specifically asked Alyssa up is this year's mascot appears to be an alligator, and children name the alligator, correct?
Yes.
And what is our name this year?
Gus.
Okay, awesome. So
Gus the Gator.
I love it. Gus the Gator. Thank you for your work in this, and looking forward to it. It's a great event. And thank you to and of course, always Commissioner Saperford for his support.
Absolutely.
I mean, I was hoping Albert or Alberta or some sort
Right,
of.
it's
you
very
know?
reminiscent.
Those are great.
No.
Go Gators.
Go Gators.
I would veto that.
Any other issues from the council? I have one. John, do you have you looked at this resolution for the Northeast Florida Regional Council, $55,000 for that plan, economic plan?
That's mine, Mayor.
Okay,
I can speak to that.
okay, do we,
Per your comprehensive plan, you are to develop an economic development plan. We have partnered with the regional council to conduct this community-driven economic development plan. We often hear in this council about development projects that residents and businesses like and don't like, and so this targeted and focused plan will receive that feedback from them, as well as review the already completed targeted industry feasibility study and the other necessary comprehensive plan policies that is in your adopted 2050 plan.
yeah, I don't want us to be shelling out money for stuff that we've already tackled.
Understood. Previously, we had a plan called Prosperity 2021, and it was a way for mayor, you, and city council to go on the road and highlight the successes of economic development and how it means more with just what businesses we're bringing in, but comprehensively the effects that it has on the community. Businesses want, and higher paying jobs want to make sure our quality of life is there. So we've begun stakeholder meetings for Prosperity 2035, and I think it's going to be something you're going to be proud of.
Mr. Mayor, I would just say real quick that, as this council's representative on the Northeast Florida Regional Council, city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but they did do this similar type of study in St. Johns County, or was it the city of St. Augustine?
City of St. Augustine.
Yeah, and the feedback that we got at our regional council meeting was very positive. So they did, initial feedback from what we're asking them to go do was good from another municipality.
St. Augustine's happy with the product.
They are.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right, anybody have any other issues?
I was just gonna ask Matt, this debris collection is our backup, right?
No, it's sorry, I'm just going to
Yeah.
save staff the coming up. It's our primary in our cooperative agreement with Flagler County. We would enact this first, but if we're not happy with the level of service, we have our own individual contract as backup, and neither one of these companies is the previous vendor that we worked with before.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, any other discussion?
Yes, I just want to also discuss the resolution approving master services agreement with Power DMS by NeoGov. It's my understanding that this software will help us, I should say, combine a few other processes. So what I would ask staff is to, after we get this implemented, look at whether or not we have any duplicated efforts from any other software and make sure we're not spending money duplicatively where this one program could be basically achieving what some of the other current software does right now.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can we get a motion to approve the consent?
I have, sorry, just one more thing to highlight
sorry.
or ask. So this remediation services of documents in accordance with ADA, is that what's going to allow us to have the full agenda online? City manager?
No, it is a case-by-case basis. This is just targeted to, I believe, the stuff in community development. Many of our plans, anything that's on our website has to be ADA compliant.
Right.
So it's helping those forms, a lot of our applications and all of that. This product is going to help with that.
Okay, so this is building department related?
Community development,
sorry.
yes.
That's all.
Any other discussion?
Well, the last item, 22, is our overall attempts to improve wastewater problem with the stormwater being
Oh, PEPs.
not insignificant.
Yeah, no, it's not. Any issues? Any issues?
No, sir.
Motion, can someone motion to approve the consent?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We got a second. Do we have we open the consent agenda up for public comment? Yes, Ms. Jeannie.
Jeannie Duarte, there's a lot of issues in this community that are not community-driven. I am concerned about hiring yet another firm. If you want to know, ask the community. We don't need another firm.
Which specific thing are you talking about, Ms. Jeannie?
Talking about the economic development.
Oh, okay. Oh, Roger, got it. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Henry.
Denise Henry, Home Coast.
Yes, ma'am.
The only, I mean, it's just a question as I was studying through the agenda. These, like 17, piggybacking Sourcewell, State of Minnesota. And then I also saw one with Houston. I mean, it's not mentioned on this paper, but I know it said Houston. So my question is, if we're piggybacking onto some contract with that Minnesota has, is that what it's saying? Then do we have to follow everything in that contract they sign? Because that's concerning to me.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm trying to say? Probably not.
Yes, ma'am. Mr., is that all you had, Ms. Henry?
Yes.
Okay,
I
we'll
just
try to
kinda
get
want
an
that.
answer on that.
I can actually answer that, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
yes.
So yeah, it's a piggyback contract. We're limited to what's in that contract. However, our staff has other stuff in there, those contracts, when it's out of state, that those contracts apply to Florida law, our sunshine law, and then also we make sure that we don't pay any additional taxes or tariffs on those contracts. But in a general nutshell, we're limited to what that contract is.
And they've been reviewed to make
Yes.
sure that there's no conflicts or anything.
Yes, sir.
They're meeting the requirements that we need.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's, anything else? Oh, I'm sorry. Any other discussion? Call the vote, Ms. Cook?
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we're through the consent agenda. We'll open up for final public comment. Anyone with any further public comment? Items that were not on the agenda. Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Discussion of city council matters not on the agenda. Anyone have anything?
I have
For
one
tonight.
thing, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
So in kind of reviewing the county budget and where they're at with that process, they've limited some hours in the Palm Coast Library. So I wanted to have a discussion about that. I asked to find out what monetary impact that is in terms of leaving it at the current standards. And so that impact is about $180,000 per year. And so I just wanted to have a discussion with council on whether we're okay with that drop in level of service, if there's an appetite to see if potentially we can short-term cover some of that to offset some of that level of service. It's a county service, and I know, they've made decisions about their budget, as they feel appropriate. Anecdotally, every time I go in that library, it's busy, it's used. People use it every day, all day long. It's got a children's area that's heavily used as well. So I feel like there's gonna be an impact on our residents. Obviously, they're opening up a second branch, so to speak, on this side that will better serve some of our other residents. But it's gonna limit some of those times that the north end of town has available to them in our library. So I just wanted to see what everybody thought about that. I had some discussion with the city manager about whether this is even possible, what we can do. I think the city manager feels confident that if we would like to try to offset that drop in service level in some way that she can find that within the current budget. Just want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting.
I can try. I got to go run some numbers, but we need to we need the consensus of council that that's what you'd like for us to do.
Right. So just wanted to have that talk and see, you know, if anybody else feels the same way.
Yeah, I've been heavily involved with the library over the years. It's unfortunate that the county did not fully fund and reduce the hours at the library here. I'm very cautious about how we would go about doing this for a whole bunch of reasons.
Well, I
including-
want to make it clear that this would be a one-time thing. We
Yeah,
would, because I don't want it to become like, oh, it's standard that they're now funding 10% of the
current-
libraries or something.
The current county commission just might say, well, if you're gonna give us that money, then we can put that back in our budget.
Well, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
then
it's,
we're already,
it's all coming out of the same pockets,
It's all-
you know?
it's all-
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. How you go about doing that, I think it's a little more, I mean,
Yeah.
it should just be a one-time thing.
We could.
No, 100%. I have no interest in this being past this one budget. You know, and hopefully they can figure out their funding in the future to where that drop in service level is not a ongoing problem.
Yeah, like I said, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. If it's coming off their balance sheet and coming on ours, it's not helpful.
Oh, I know.
Our residents.
I'm not happy about it.
Our residents are paying most of the tax in the county anyway.
Correct.
And we're already footing the bill for at least one resource officer
Mhm.
in the schools.
Yep.
So, you know, we're family, but I'm sure we can discuss it in a workshop, try to work it out. It's a bit up to the city manager.
I think
So
the
we have
pressure- I
con-
think the pressure will come when the hours are reduced
Mhm.
and the population has to face that. I think there'll be a pretty significant outcry of the people who use the library and the friends of the library and all that, and maybe force the county.
So
to-
when is,
I'd like
in
to see
terms
the
of
county
budget
re-
dates?
I would too, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I would, because they haven't passed their budget yet.
What?
They haven't passed their budget yet, so I
So
would,
that's what I was going to ask is what dates are they scheduled to finalize budget versus ours?
There, you're gonna see all of your remaining funds in the end of August, August 26th, and then you do your tentative budget approval September the 9th. So their September the 7th, I believe, is whenever they do their millage. So you may want to bring it up tomorrow night as part of the joint city-county animal control item, not on the agenda,
I
but
had
just
asked
be
if we
able to
could
have
add it
the.
to that, but there was a no-go on that.
yeah, I
so.
heard there was a no-go on adding things as well.
But yeah, maybe we can have that discussion tomorrow.
Yeah, we are scheduled to see them tomorrow, and that's that. Same thing with the animal control. Standing up a facility, somebody's got to pay.
Mhm.
Somebody's got to absorb that staffing and that cost. Not just because we want to do it. Now, if we could get through the county, get a public-private partnership with like SMART and the other organizations to stand up a facility, especially when it comes to staff. Putting a building up is one thing. The staffing.
Yeah,
is
it's the
what-
ongoing
staffing
maintenance
benefits.
and
So-
staffing costs.
Well, conceptually, I support looking at it, as far as, you know, is there anything that we can do? But I also have to say, we have zero say over so many most things that the county spends our resident tax dollars on, including the library. We have no say as
Right.
to how the library is run, anything operational about it. So I would want to take a deeper look, because I'm not going to just say, yeah, the city of Palm Coast can make up the shortfall and write the blank check, regardless of how things are run over there, or regardless of the fact that we just spent, in my opinion, way too much money on a second library when there are other things that are probably much more needed, including infrastructure and public safety and all kinds of other things. So I just am hesitant to just say, yes, I'm on board with that, but I am definitely on board with considering it if we want to do some type of workshop to your
Yeah,
point.
let's talk it out and see what the options are.
Right.
Without
Yeah, I
getting
know.
Something in return. In
Right,
other words,
yeah.
If we do that once, believe me, it'll be hard to stop.
Oh, yeah, I think that this could be let's whittle down some city services. Maybe they'll step in. I mean,
Right.
there's already talk from the dais about making us pay more towards, you know, for the sheriff, which we know we already pay. a lot more. Part of our tax dollars already pay for the sheriff, and then we pay for
Well,
an exceptional services contract.
Right, I was
with
gonna
the
say, they
sheriff as
can't make
well.
us pay more for anything because we pay for the excess of what their standard service level is.
Correct, but there is fodder from that dais about that. So, to your point, I am nervous about, this, hey, the
I
city can just
understand,
step
I
in and
understand
fill the gap, right?
the
I'd
fear
rather
here.
see the
Yeah.
pressure
Completely.
build on the.
I
on the
agree with
county.
you, yeah,
Fix
like they
that
did with
problem.
like the lifeguards. I mean, there was pressure put on, don't take away
Okay, so
lifeguards. and-
September 6.5, that's when we put on all the pressure, and then
I think it's coming. I think it's, but people aren't gonna react till they.
they have to, yeah.
Yeah, until it goes into effect, yeah, and I'm sorry, I should have said school board, not county, but we're absorbing that cost for
Mhm.
that resource officer, so, I have no problem with that, we can try to workshop.
Yeah,
that.
just have the conversation.
Yes,
Is
sir.
all I'm asking.
Anything else from the council?
So, city manager, you have your direction for that?
Well, I think we were gonna talk about it tomorrow night,
Try
right?
to. We could
bring it
Yeah,
up, yeah.
try to, yes.
Okay.
Okay, anything else from the rest of the council? Nothing?
I appreciate the background information for the meeting tomorrow night. Control.
Oh, yeah, we got our packets. Marcus, you got anything?
No, sir.
City manager?
Yes, just a reminder, the joint city-county animal control meeting is tomorrow at the Government Services Building at 5:30. Want to welcome John Zobler and Brian Roche to the E-team, and this is their first council meeting. And that's it, Mayor.
Okay, that's good. Motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.